I think the Israeli goals, whether from the outset or something that is morphed into, is to bring about regime collapse, not regime change. Essentially, they're just collapsing the regime. They're not working to replace it with anything. They're more than content to see Iran just fester in chaos, and to bring the United States into the war, to decimate Iran's military capabilities so that it cannot pose a challenge to Israel's emerging military hegemony in the region for decades to come.
You know, you tweeted recently that Iran has lost confidence in Trump and his desire for a peaceful outcome. I mean, tell us more about that. Is it now a question of trust? Can the United States and its ally, Israel for that matter, be trusted?
Trust has always been a tremendous short supply when it comes to the US and Iran. And the Americans have good reasons also to not fully trust the Iranians. But there had been a modicum of trust that had started to be built because of the first couple of rounds of talks that were successful. But I think what happened here is that the Iranians perceive that the US was in on this from the beginning, or at least from 10 or so days ago, that the US and Trump deliberately put Iran in a lull of false security in order to make it easier for the Israelis to catch the Iranians off guard in their attack on Friday, 2 days before talks began. That, I think, has given a devastating blow to any confidence or trust on the Iranian side that dealing with Trump or a deal with Trump could be successful. Nevertheless, they don't have much of a choice. But there is one particular scenario in which this lack of trust ends up really backfiring on Trump. And that is that, let's imagine that Israel or the United States would be able to bring Iran to a position in which perhaps the Iranians would seriously start considering surrendering. I don't think at all that that is where they are right now, and perhaps they will never be. But let's imagine that that were to happen. In that scenario, they would have to have some level of confidence and trust that if they were to surrender, that that would be the end of it. I think that trust has been destroyed. And as a result, even in that scenario, the Iranians will calculate that fighting back is their best option rather than actually laying down weapons.
And looking at the domestic political dynamics here in the United States, I mean, there are significant members of Trump's MAGA base who are opposed to United States involvement in this conflict. So what are the political implications for Trump?
I would say that it goes beyond that. I would say that amongst the America First base, it is almost unanimous. The top voices are all dead set against this. They see this as a trap. They see this as something that is a betrayal of Trump to his base. He was supposed to end wars. He was supposed to be the peace president. He was not supposed to drag the US into more unnecessary, endless, and unwinnable wars in the Middle East. So there will be a tremendous anger. And if you just take a look at where the American public was in 2003 compared to today, about 71, 72% of the American public supported the invasion of Iraq. Amongst Republicans, it was at 91%. Right now, you have polls that show that support for U.S. supporting Israel, forget about the U.S. itself going into the war, is only at 23%, and more than 50% oppose it. So you're having a reverse situation in which the political cost for Trump going down this path is going to be extremely costly. For Bush, it ended up being costly, but he had margins that enabled him to continue this with a level of support for at least 2 years. I don't think Trump will even have 2 weeks with this, mindful of how dead set key voices are against him going into this already at the outset.
Right, and looking a little bit ahead to what's happening diplomatically, the foreign ministers of the United Kingdom, of France and Germany will be meeting with their Iranian counterpart in Geneva for talks. Those talks take place on Friday. And what the Europeans are seeking from the Iranian foreign minister is an assurance or a guarantee that the Iranian nuclear program will only be used for civilian purposes. And I'm wondering, how significant is this meeting? Does it really matter what the Europeans get?
Europe has neither leverage nor much moral standing at this point in this conflict. They're not part of the negotiations. They may be able to get some leverage because they still have the ability to snap back sanctions. But I don't think the Iranians are turning to them for mediating with the U.S. There is no confidence whatsoever that the Trump administration listens to the Europeans at all. The Iranians have their own direct channels to the U.S., and those have been active for the last 24, 48 hours. And Europe is also not doing what it tried to do in the past. In the past, back in 2003, when the E3 first formed, it was there to try to prevent the United States from going to war with Iran. What is the point of it at this point from the European standpoint is unclear, but it's certainly not perceived by the Iranians as the Europeans getting involved to prevent the war. Rather, given the statements that the Europeans have issued that have legitimized Israel's illegal war of aggression, I think the Iranians increasingly view the Europeans as belligerents in this conflict.
Trita Parsi, thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
We are joined now by Jeffrey Sachs. He is president of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network and director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University. Professor Sachs, thanks so much for being with us.
My pleasure.
If we look at what is going on in the Middle East right now, we're often told by the United States that it acts when it uses its military or in its conduct of foreign policy, that it always acts in its own national security interests. But if we look at these attacks by Israel, the counterattacks by Iran, and the possibility that the United States could soon join Israel in these attacks on Iran, the question has to be asked, is the United States acting in its own national security interest?
No, the United States is acting at the behest of an extremist government in Israel. Netanyahu, the prime minister, has been prime minister for most of the period since 1996. And during that nearly 30 years, he has led the United States into many reckless wars. The war in Iraq, the war in Syria, the war in Lebanon, the war in Libya, and others. This is just the latest reckless, dangerous adventure of an extremist Israeli government. And we don't know yet, but, well, we do know to an extent the U.S. is already complicit, but it could become even more deeply involved in this horrible, illegal, useless war that Israel has just launched.
What is your view of the conduct of the conflict so far? Are you in any way surprised that Iran has been able to penetrate Israeli defenses and hit targets in central Israel?
I'm not surprised that the so-called Iron Dome is not completely effective. We knew that from earlier episodes. And we know that this missile war certainly can escalate. Iran has lots of friends, lots of backers, including statements by both the government of Pakistan and the government of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, North Korea, both of which are nuclear powers, that they stand with Iran. This is an extraordinarily dangerous situation, one that was recklessly and unnecessarily provoked by Israel.
That's right. In a recent interview, you did say that a war with Iran would be World War III and that Iran is not without allies. I mean, how do you see that play out? How do you see its allies come to its aid?
We, of course, never know in a clash how things will evolve. One of the fundamental lessons of history is that small sparks can lead to great fires that end up consuming all in the wake. We don't know whether this will end today or tomorrow because saner, calmer minds prevail, or whether this will be a tit-for-tat escalation, which could go to nuclear war. It's impossible to predict. The only thing I would say is, rather than trying to predict, we can control events by stopping this violence. And for that, this requires honesty, which we have not had from the United States or Europe. The honesty is Israel provoked this, period. It's not a matter of calling for both sides to de-escalate. It's a matter of calling for Israel to stop this recklessness. And it's important to understand that the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency said yesterday that they have no evidence that Iran was moving to a nuclear weapon. This is the same conclusion that the Director of National Intelligence reported to Congress recently. This is a war that Benjamin Netanyahu has wanted for 30 years because he believes that if Israel starts this war, the United States will be dragged into it, and then the United States will destroy Netanyahu's enemy and give Netanyahu free hand in the Middle East.
Right, so looking at the dangers that you talk about there, how great is the risk that this could escalate into a wider regional conflagration involving many other countries? And what would that mean, not just for the United States, but for the world as well? Because, as we are all fully aware, a large percentage of the world's energy imports come through that region.
Of course, we know that more than 80% of the world's oil exports flow through the Straits of Hormuz. If there is a full-fledged war, no doubt there would be a full-fledged disruption of the world economy. And no doubt, though Israel thinks, or the United States may think it can make a decapitation strike or force Iran to an unconditional surrender, this is a typical bravado. We've been there so many times before. Again, I think the main point is not to be able to claim that one knows what the trajectory will be. What I would claim is the opposite. That we don't know what the trajectory might be, but we do know that the possibilities of grave escalation are very real, and that's why sane people stay away from such risks.
And looking at what could be some of the immediate goals on the part of the Israelis, is this about degrading Iran's nuclear capabilities, or is it about that as well as replacing the government in Iran?
It's clearly both. Netanyahu has been saying and writing for 30 years a doctrine which was first unveiled in something called Clean Break, which was a political document that Netanyahu and his American neoconservative colleagues put out in 1996. It said Israel doesn't have to make any concessions of land for peace. There will never be a Palestinian state, according to Netanyahu. Rather, as governments in the Middle East support the Palestinian cause, Israel and the United States will overthrow those governments. It will label them as terrorists, and it will go to war to overthrow them. So this has really been the basic behavior. And Netanyahu and his neoconservative friends in the United States spelled out 7 wars, and they did this just after 9/11. These wars were to be in Lebanon, Iraq, Iran, Syria, Libya, Somalia, and Sudan. We now have all 7 in place. The first 6 all failed at the political end. Some of the wars were militarily successful in the short term, such as in Iraq. Some, like Syria, took 14 years to bring to fruition, but finally a jihadist government was put in place over Bashar al-Assad, as if that's any kind of progress, and hundreds of thousands of people have died in the wake. To my mind, Netanyahu is one of the great failures of modern history. But what is amazing is that when he came to the U.S. Congress last year, even under an arrest warrant of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, he received 57 standing ovations by the U.S. Congress. This is really a sickness of American politics.
At this stage, how would you rate the chances of a diplomatic resolution? I mean, we've even had Russia now try to resolve this diplomatically. It's offered to mediate talks.
I think that the chances of this stopping sometime in the next days or weeks remains reasonably high. The chance that it spins out of control is also real. But this could stop. This is not a winning hand for Israel. Israel did not bring down the regime. It's not going to bring down the regime. It's actually not even going to stop the nuclear program. It will probably provoke it, not stop it. But it's not going to achieve its objectives. And it will continue to be hit, and hit hard. And the chance of disruption of the world economy is very real as well. So I don't believe that one could look now, after these days of this Israeli-U.S. operation, and feel that they would assess this as having the upper hand and clear sailing to see this through. Nor do I think that the United States, at least till now, is so locked into a war that even Trump's base does not support, that they would feel compelled to go through. What is true, however, is that it is the responsibility of President Trump to say no to Mossad, probably to the CIA, to the Zionist lobby, and to say, no, we're not going to be dragged into this war. That is political capital. That's hard work. That is the job of a U.S. president, actually, not to lead the country into war, but to put the brakes on war. It's simple to lead the United States into war. We have a war machine that is always revving, always looking for new wars. Yep. It's the job of the President of the United States to have the foot on the brake to stop the wars.
Given the completely cavalier fashion in which countries like the United States and allies like Israel attack other countries like Iran, and some of the language that they use, the rhetoric that they use, we heard President Trump say, we're not going to kill the supreme leader of Iran yet. He also said, we have complete control over the skies of Iran. Does it make the case for smaller, militarily weaker nations to acquire a nuclear weapon, to act as a deterrent? And the example that is often cited is that of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, which has an arsenal of nuclear weapons, and there's very little belligerence from the West towards that country.
Well, there's belligerence, but little that can be done about it because of what the consequences would be. This is the tragedy. We are supposed to be heading to a world of eliminating nuclear weapons. That's part of the non-proliferation treaty, in fact. But the way that the United States acts, the impunity with which it acts, the recklessness with which Israel, a country that has nuclear weapons but is not a party to the non-proliferation treaty, acts, is, of course, a spur for some governments to try to acquire nuclear weapons. And they can be acquired not only by domestic research and development and the industrial process, they can probably be acquired other ways by from countries that already have nuclear weapons. This whole behavior in the nuclear age is nearly suicidal. It's a madness. It's a breathtaking recklessness. The fact of the matter is, Iran has said for decades it doesn't want a nuclear arsenal, but it doesn't want to be crushed by Israel or by the United States, and it doesn't want to be sanctioned to death by the United States. The idea of Iran has been diplomacy. And the fact of the matter is, an agreement was reached in 2016 in which Iran said, inspections, verification that we will not have a nuclear program. What happened? Netanyahu jumped up and down, said never have diplomacy with this country, and Donald Trump in his first term walked away from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA. This is mind-boggling, so wrong-headed. We did the same thing. The circumstances are different. They need to be discussed in detail, but just to say there could have been diplomacy with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, with North Korea, back in the 1990s and early 2000s. But when George W. Bush Jr. came into office in 2001, his advisor, John Bolton, said, no, just put maximum pressure on. That'll show them. Well, that showed them they became a significant nuclear-armed country. In other words, this kind of unilateralism, rather than diplomacy, doesn't work. And there are cases, of course, famous cases where the U.S. Talked countries into stopping their nuclear weapons program and then killed the leaders afterwards. And Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein may be examples of that. So this is not the kind of behavior that sane, prudent leaders would undertake.
Professor Jeffrey Sachs, thanks for joining us.
Israel claims that the Iranians deliberately fired at this hospital. The Prime Minister, as you mentioned, visited the hospital shortly after the attack and said that while Israel targets sites belonging to the nuclear program or the ballistic missile program, clearly military targets, Iran is targeting clear civilian targets such as the residential areas that have been hit almost on a daily basis. And this morning, the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba in southern Israel. As difficult as this situation may be, we can speak of a lot of luck, because the structure that was hit, the building belonging to the hospital, is an old building, quite decaying, and therefore it was decided yesterday, on Wednesday, that it's time to evacuate this building simply because it cannot be properly defended in case something happens. 24 hours later, it's exactly that building, which was almost completely empty, that was hit. Had there been tens or hundreds of people inside, the story would have been different. This morning, this building was severely hit, and the shockwave hitting other wards of the hospital. But we're speaking of mostly damage and light injuries, minor injuries, no major injuries in this hospital as could have been, but clearly a lot of anger in Israel and calls for retaliation. Israel was going to continue to strike in Iran anyways. Israel will not look for hospitals in Iran, but will continue to target military strikes. So it would have happened with or without the strike on the Soroka hospital. Israel, though, would love to see regime change in Iran, and on the sense, the Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, said today that a tyrant such as Khamenei, the spiritual leader of Iran and the man calling the shots in Iran, should be removed from his position, and perhaps the regime should change. These were comments by Defense Minister Israel Katz. The Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, did not really like the comments. He said that it's the actions that should matter. Let's listen to what he had to say.
I prefer not to deal with headlines and to let actions speak. I think that in war you need to choose your words carefully and your actions precisely. That is what I ask not only of myself, but from my ministers as well, from all of us. Less words, more action.
Less words, more action, says the Prime Minister. he would also like to see Khamenei gone and the regime changing in Iran. Can Israel do this by itself? Probably not.
Jonathan Regev reporting there. Israel has also hit residential areas as well as nuclear sites while killing a number of top generals and scientists. The inactive Arak heavy water reactor and Natanz facility were among targets hit Thursday. Iranian TV showed smoke billowing from the buildings, no reports of radiation or injuries. Iran says the facility had already been evacuated. There are also new images of the massive damage at the Iranian state TV. The building now covered in dust and debris, and now Iran's state media is warning of a possible retaliatory attack on an Israeli TV station and urging its staff to evacuate. Chinese President Xi Jinping says a ceasefire between Israel and Iran is an urgent priority. She spoke by phone with Russian President Vladimir Putin Thursday. He said vital to protect civilians caught in the conflict. China is again calling for its nationals to leave Iran as soon as possible. Beijing says it's deeply concerned about the effect the fighting is having on the region and the world.
The armed conflict between Israel and Iran has lasted for a week and is escalating. It has not only caused great harm to the people of the two countries, but also seriously impacted the peace and stability of the region and the world. China is deeply concerned about this. There will be no winners in the escalation of the conflict, and it will only cause greater damage and trigger greater turmoil. China strongly calls on the parties to the conflict, especially Israel, to put the interests of the people in the region first and immediately stop fighting to de-escalate the current tensions.
Meanwhile, more than 100 Chinese nationals crossed from southern Israel into Egypt Thursday. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs says more than 1,600 nationals have safely left Iran, along with several hundred from Israel. For more analysis, let's go to Middle East analyst Deborah Shushan. Deborah, first of all, great having you. Thank you for joining us. Why do you believe that a direct U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear program would be a mistake?
Well, thank you very much for having me. These are obviously extremely concerning times. Obviously, President Trump has been very clear that he is considering using the U.S. B-2 bombers and our capability to use bunker-busting bombs to try to take out the Fordo enrichment site. My concern is that there are always unintended consequences, or very frequently are, to military action. I would certainly hope that the Trump administration is very carefully considering not just a military attack, but what comes after it, how our government makes sure that there isn't a dramatic escalation with all of the attendant dangers within the region, including to U.S. military personnel. And I think what we have seen in the past is that there has been one thing that has successfully put a stop to Iran's nuclear program. It wasn't perfect. There was no way to achieve an absolutely perfect agreement, but nonetheless, we had a nuclear agreement in place that was a hard-fought achievement by the Obama administration that had put an end to Iran's nuclear program, that had put in place verification measures, robust measures. And unfortunately, the Trump administration, the first time around, President Trump decided to pull out of that agreement. And now here we are back in this cycle. And I think it's extremely important. We've already seen hundreds and hundreds of lives lost, most of them Iranians, but also Israeli civilians as well. And I'm certainly very concerned for my own friends and family in Israel. And I would like us to do everything possible to bring this military escalation to a close and find a way through diplomacy to put Iran's nuclear program back in a box in the way that it was, even if we're not going to be able to return to the JCPOA, that is unfortunately now obsolete. But I think it's extremely important to figure out how we get back to a diplomatic pathway.
Yes, Deborah,
and I am encouraged.
On this, you're touching on a very interesting issue, because how should the U.S. balance deterrence, right? Its primary U.S. interest to avoid an escalation in terms of nuclear capabilities, but with diplomatic restraint in the region. How do you see that?
Look, I think the Iranian regime has had a week now in which it has been very badly battered, both its nuclear program, its military assets, and so coercion, military coercion, more than deterrence, has already very much been used by the Israelis with the backing of the Americans. I think the Iranians have every reason to come back to the negotiating table and perhaps be willing to make some concessions that they had not been willing to make previously. And I think it's a very positive thing that tomorrow the E3 countries, Britain, France, and Germany, who were parties to the P5+1 agreement with Iran under the JCPOA, are going to be having some diplomatic conversations in Geneva with Foreign Minister Araghchi. I think it's a positive thing that President Trump has indicated that he's giving himself a 2-week window in which to make any decision. And I think, there's some space here for the key players to take a step back if they're willing to do so. And I think that is extremely important at this stage.
We'll see what comes out of that. Deborah Shushan, thank you so much for your time and insights.
Donald Trump has been asked if he will take direct military action against Iran, and he has repeatedly said he is still deciding, that he may not decide until the last second. But Trump remains confident that a deal can be struck with Iran over the country's nuclear program, and he's holding off on military action, at least for now. Listen.
Regarding the ongoing situation in Iran, I know there has been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision-making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved. In light of that news, I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks."
So what would be in a potential deal? Well, Trump has said repeatedly that in his view, Iran cannot be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon, and the White House says any deal would require Iran to stop enriching uranium. The White House also says Trump's lead negotiator remains in touch with Iranian officials, but wouldn't provide any more details. President Trump stuck between supporters and advisors that are split between the isolationist America First base. They don't want U.S. involvement in foreign wars, and the more hawkish traditional wing of the Republican Party, heavily pro-Israel. They've been pushing for U.S. military intervention, Diego.
And what are some conditions that lead Trump to take potentially direct military action, Jim?
So Trump has said some red lines include any U.S. assets or personnel being targeted. And the Trump administration is also keeping a close eye on the Strait of Hormuz. This is a vital passage between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman that leads into the Arabian Sea. About 20 million barrels of oil flow through the strait every day, about a quarter of the world's oil supply. If it's blocked by Iranian forces, it could rock the global economy. So the Pentagon is keeping a close eye on what's happening there and has been moving more U.S. naval warships into the region. Diego?
Tim Spellman, thanks. For more analysis, let's bring in John Gazivinian. He's the author of the book, America and Iran, A History, 1720 to the Present. John, great having you. Trump says there's still time for diplomacy. How real is that?
Well, I think when the President of the United States says that, it's real, or at least we have to take it as such. It's very obvious that Donald Trump has wanted to do some kind of deal with Iran from the very beginning of his second presidency, if not before. He, I think, sees Iran as a country of great potential, both commercially, politically, and otherwise. I think it's only Donald Trump knows exactly what Donald Trump's thinking right now. But I think it's important that at this particular moment he seems to have held back, possibly, slightly, at least temporarily, from some sort of imminent attack on the Fordo enrichment facility in Iran, which perhaps opens up some space.
What would a U.S. strike on Iran's nuclear program really mean with a wider historical perspective that you command?
Well, it would be the ultimate showdown between these two countries that have been engaged in a low-level Cold War, a bitter Cold War, since 1979, for 46 years now. These two countries have had almost a sort of neuralgic obsession with each other, at least at the level of the political elites, and yet neither has ever they've never engaged in kind of direct hostilities at that level. So that would be a completely new chapter. It would in some ways be the ultimate final chapter that opened up in 1979 with the hostage crisis. It could be that if this does lead to some kind of regime change, that this could be the final chapter, right? The one that actually leads to a completely different kind of Iran.
You've also said that U.S. policy often misunderstands Iran. What do you think is the biggest U.S. misconception right now?
I think it continues to be the idea that the Iranians are somehow bluffing or not being serious about their red lines. The Iranians, whether you like them or not, and whether you appreciate their red lines or not, and there are plenty of reasons to debate those things. The fact is they've been pretty consistent about what they are willing to do and what they're not willing to do. And every time they've come to the negotiating table, it's been very clear that they are not going to accept a complete dismantlement of their nuclear program. They're not going to accept zero enrichment, et cetera, et cetera. Now, would they accept that at the point of a gun? That's never really been tried to the degree that it is being tried at the moment. Frankly, I think if you know anything about the leaders of the Islamic Republic, you know that they're likely to dig in their heels until the bitter end. And I think that's something that isn't being perhaps fully appreciated.
John Gazinian, thank you for your insights. Great having you. While it is widely suspected Israel has neither denied nor confirmed it has a nuclear arsenal, CGTN's Gene Copestake looks at what weapons it is believed to have.
The Center for Arms Control and Non-Proliferation says that Israel is widely believed to have around 90 plutonium-based nuclear warheads, with enough plutonium available to build up to 200 nuclear weapons. That makes it one of the 9 countries the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, says currently possess nuclear weapons. It has the second smallest arsenal of the 9, ahead of the DPRK. Israel's nuclear weapons could theoretically be deployed by air, sea, or land, though there is no evidence of recent nuclear tests by Israel. By air, the weapons could be launched using fighter jets. Israel has American-produced F-15, F-16, and F-35 aircraft. Each could be modified to carry nuclear weapons. The range of the F-15 aircraft is up to 3,500 kilometers. The F-16 has a range of up to 1,600 kilometers. Israel has 6 Dolphin-class submarines, which could launch a nuclear cruise missile, but there is no evidence these have been modified for this use. By land, weapons could be deployed through launches of missiles like the Jericho-3, which can reach targets up to 4,000 kilometers away, and the Jericho-2, which has a range of around 1,500 kilometers. Experts say Israel's nuclear weapons program began in the late 1950s and was centered around the Dimona nuclear power plant in the Negev desert in southern Israel. Israel is not a signatory to the 1968 Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which says states without nuclear weapons cannot develop them. Its weapons remain outside international inspections. Jen Copestake, CGTN.
visited the hospital shortly after the attack and said that while Israel targets sites belonging to the nuclear program or the ballistic missile program, clearly military targets, Iran is targeting clear civilian targets such as the residential areas that have been hit almost on a daily basis, and this morning the Soroka hospital in Beersheba in southern Israel. As difficult as this situation may be, we can speak of a lot of luck, because the structure that was hit, the building belonging to the hospital, is an old building, quite decaying, and therefore it was decided yesterday, on Wednesday, that it's time to evacuate this building simply because it cannot be properly defended in case something happens. 24 hours later, it's exactly that building, which was almost completely empty, that was hit. Had there been tens or hundreds of people inside, the story would have been different. This morning, this building was severely hit, and the shockwave hitting other wards of the hospital. But we're speaking of mostly damage and light injuries, minor injuries, no major injuries in this hospital as could have been, but clearly a lot of anger in Israel and calls for retaliation. Israel was going to continue to strike in Iran anyways. Israel will not look for hospitals in Iran, but will continue to target military strikes. So it would have happened with or without the strike on the Soroka hospital. Israel, though, would love to see regime change in Iran, and on this sense, the Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, said today that a tyrant such as Khamenei, the spiritual leader of Iran and the man calling the shots in Iran, should be removed from his position, and perhaps the regime should change. These were comments by Defense Minister Israel Katz. The Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, did not really like the comments. He said that it's the actions that should matter. Let's listen to what he had to say.
I prefer not to deal with headlines and to let actions speak. I think that in war you need to choose your words carefully and your actions precisely. That is what I ask not only of myself, but from my ministers as well, from all of us. Less words, more action.
Less words, more action, says the Prime Minister. He would also like to see Khamenei gone and the regime changing in Iran. Can Israel do this by itself? Probably not.
That was Jonathan Regev reporting from Tel Aviv. Chinese President Xi Jinping says a ceasefire between
communications. President Trump's supporters and advisors have been split between the America First base that does not want the U.S. involved in foreign wars and the more traditional hawkish wing of the Republican Party. Many in that faction have been pushing Trump to get involved militarily. But they've also been keeping a close eye on the Strait of Hormuz. This is a vital passage between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, then into the Arabian Sea. About 20 million barrels of oil flow through the strait every day. That's about a quarter of the world's oil supply. If it's blocked by Iranian forces, it could rock the global economy. So in addition to these potential military targets, civilian targets, the Pentagon is keeping a close eye on what is happening there in the Strait of Hormuz and has been moving more U.S. naval warships into the region.
Our thanks to Jim Spellman for that. Oil prices were up nearly 3% on Thursday as tensions in the Middle East escalate. The ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran has led to volatile fluctuations in the price of oil and other commodities. For more on that, I'm joined now by Carl Leary. He's Vice President of Energy Futures Clearing Sales at Marex. Welcome back to the program, Carl. First of all, Brent crude hit its highest close since January 22nd, rising 3%, as we mentioned. I want to get your thoughts as you see the volatility in the market, especially today.
Well, you know what, Elaine, the funny thing about the volatility is that normally we see a rush, a volumetric rush of people buying or selling, whatever it may be. But these days, I think what's happening now is that you're seeing the volatility increase because there's not that much liquidity. There's not that many people in the markets buying and buying and buying. A lot of people are on the sidelines waiting to see what happens. No different than what we're seeing from Donald Trump today. People, traders in the markets are looking, going, we have 2 weeks if there's going to be a decision or not. So, we really have a lot of time before we know whether it's going to be up or down or just nowhere at all.
I want to get your take. I'll ask you about the 2 weeks in just a moment, but global oil prices nearly 10% higher than before Israel's first on Iran last week. And now as we're entering the second week, how and what should investors consider, notwithstanding what the president said, but what else should they consider as they watch this play out?
It's really interesting that the dynamics of the market are very, very different now, because if you go back 20 years ago when we saw Iraq, America's only producing 5 million barrels of oil a day, crude oil a day. Now we're at 13 million barrels a day. So we don't rely on imports. We actually export 5 million barrels a day, 4 million barrels a day. So I think investors, when they look at oil prices now, it's a little bit more, it's not as dynamic of a shock to the market as it used to be, because America being the largest consumer of oil, we would run that price up and down. But now we're not reliant on imports as much as we are producing our own and also supplying the rest of the world.
Right. I know here in the office, we're just talking about asking each other, have you noticed any prices at the pump go up or down yet? We talked about this 2 week sort of decision deadline that President Trump announced earlier today. What does that timeline mean for the markets? And as we know, he can say one thing and maybe in 2 or 3 days make a decision. Any predictions of what we can expect to see, really?
Well, here's the funny thing. In the markets and trading, a day is an eternity. A week is years. 2 weeks it's infinite. It's a long time, because it's not just his decision now. It's what happens between Israel and Iran between the now and the 2 weeks. So it could be a 2 week decision for him, but maybe prompted earlier if something escalates to a point where they're saying we need to step in now and make a decision. So again, like I said before, people are waiting on the sidelines, thinking 2 weeks is the penultimate, but it could be 2 days or a week and a half. Who knows?
JP Morgan saying this week regime change in Iran could have a major impact on global oil prices, as well as our correspondent mentioned, any closure to the Strait of Hormuz, almost doubling the price per barrel. What do you think is being done on the sidelines in other countries to prepare for a potential impact there?
I think that other countries are looking at, no different than during COVID. They're looking for ways around supply chain. So again, I mentioned earlier, the U.S. is exporting 4 million barrels a day of crude. Can other countries bring crude in from the U.S.? We talk about China. Obviously, the U.S. can ship, to the east. But where else can we get crude? Because OPEC was going to increase. If that increase can't happen because of interruptions in the Strait of Hormuz, where else can it go? Obviously, we're going to reroute around there, but U.S. being a major supplier now, can we increase that supply? Can we supply more to other countries? And it's not just oil, it's gas also. So I think there's a lot of countries trying to figure out how that supply chain is going to work.
Iran's oil exports have dropped, but at the same time, Israel has shut down nearly 2/3 of gas production. We were seeing a refinery damaged. The impact clearly being felt. What are sort of the short and long-term impacts of this for the wider region?
The difference that we see now that we haven't seen before is the efficiency of the way these attacks are happening. Israel or Iran or whoever it may be, they're directing at definite supply and surplus. So I think that we're really concerned about what is that strategic strike that they're looking at, whether it's either country. But I think that there's a onus on what am I going to do to impact the economy rather than impact a global picture. So you have to really be concerned about that. But the efficiency is definitely where it becomes very dangerous.
And Carl, we're talking a lot about action and then reaction. Talk about the wider impact of this continuing conflict on the current global inflation, economic growth, what we're seeing in other parts of the world as really everyone's trying to come out of this big slump.
Yeah, and that's what we talk about because oil is such a dynamic part of any economy's growth. We need oil, we need energy to see GDP grow. So any kind of disruption can really throw things out of whack where we're looking at a country trying to recover or a country trying to grow, whether it's China, whether it's America, whether it's Europe. There really is an impact with that really domino effect because prices go up, causes inflationary pressure, or causes a cutoff of somewhere where I can make money, and try to increase my GDP by having lower prices. So it really will have that ripple effect if the prices shoot up too far, too fast.
Carl, Larry, we appreciate your insight. Thank you, as always, for joining us from Houston, Texas. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Still dusty. He recounts the horror he fled in Tehran.
I'm coming from Tehran, Bunyad Square, one of the first places that got bombed. It took me 2 days to get here. We were searching for small children under the rubble. My elderly parents were sleeping when the building collapsed. Our neighbors died.
At the Turkish-Iranian border, emotions are raw. The chaos of war has forced thousands of Iranians to flee, seeking safety wherever they can. According to border officials, the number of daily crossings has more than tripled since the conflict began. Some are students, others foreign visitors. But all are united by the trauma they've witnessed and the uncertainty ahead.
We're not a nation that runs away from war, but I had to leave. I had an internship here. Otherwise, I would have stayed. I believe in our country and I trust in God.
Yesterday, some of the banks went down, the interconnection went down, and then because of the banking system they have, and with like limited access then to banks, to funds, it was like, we need to leave ASAP. So then we moved up to the Caspian to try to get away from it, and then we decided to trek all the way down here to the border.
While many decide to cross seeking safety, others decide to return back. They say that they're going to collect their belongings or check on their loved ones or even assess the situation themselves. But heading back is heading into a landscape of growing uncertainty.
Our children are there, our home, our mother. We're afraid, but we have no choice. We must go back.
We're scared. Everything we have is in Tehran. We need to gather our belongings, see our brother, and then figure out what's next.
With 570 kilometers of shared border, Turkey is tightening securities amid growing tensions. As the Israel-Iran conflict deepens, some find brief relief in crossing over. Others return to danger, driven not by escape, but survival. Evangelos Ipsas for CGTN from the Iranian-Turkish border.
Hello, and you're watching CGTN special live coverage of the fresh ongoing tensions between Iran and Israel, with the latest being we're now in the 7th day of the tensions since they started. And yesterday, Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin held a phone conversation. They both called for peaceful solutions to the tensions, and they called for the wars to stop immediately. And overnight, explosions have again been heard over the skies in Tehran. And the White House said that US President Donald Trump will decide whether or not he will be engaged directly on the Israel side within 2 weeks. Now, for more analysis and information, let's bring in Professor Joseph Gregory Mahoney. He's a professor of politics and international relations at East China Normal University. Welcome to the show, Professor Mahoney.
Good morning, Hong Yu. It's always a pleasure to see you. I'm sorry that we have to talk about such a dark topic, but I'm glad we had the chance to discuss things.
Yeah, and we know that the conflict has come to its 7th day. It's about a week. So far, what is your overall understanding of what's happening right now?
Well, I think we have to go back to the previous Monday, where we got the surprise announcement from Donald Trump telling Israel not to attack Iran and to go ahead and wrap up the genocidal hostilities in Gaza. And that should have been a warning, I think, to all of us, because it was out of the blue, because he had been so supportive of the Israeli aggression in Gaza. And he was negotiating with Iran at that time to try to put in place a no nukes deal, and so we should have taken that as a warning that clearly he had some sort of advanced knowledge that Israel did plan to attack. Now, I think the important thing here to recall is that when Trump first took office during his first term, he destroyed the agreement that had been put in place by his predecessor Obama to make sure that there were no nuclear weapons developed in Iran. And he did that with firm Israeli support. And he also then moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem and basically gave the Israeli government a green light to begin aggressing in the occupied territories, illegal settlements. And I think that this is what put a lot of confidence in the Zionist mission, which has always been to destroy the two-state solution, but also to perpetuate conflict with Iran. You know, for 15 years, we've heard the Israeli side say that Iran has the capacity to construct a nuclear weapon within days and 10 nuclear weapons within 10 days. And yet, and said that this is the Iranian ability and absolute objective, and yet that's never happened over the last 15 years. So I'm kind of led into this strange position where, you know, Trump, in his first term, he opposed this deal. And in his second term, he's trying to advance it. But the Israelis have effectively torpedoed those efforts by striking Israel in the middle of Trump's negotiations. Now, I'm also led to believe that Trump did not anticipate this, although there could be a deeper conspiracy at work, in so much as he did not have military assets like refueling tankers and aircraft carriers in position to support the U.S. Responding to Iranian attacks on Israel or vice versa. But the bottom line is, you know, he ended up being forced into a position where, you know, he was attacking Iran publicly, suggesting that the U.S. could kill the Iranian supreme leader if they wanted to, that he hadn't made that decision and he didn't really want to, and so forth and so on. So we've been in this weird moment where I think a lot of people aren't quite sure what who's really calling the shots here. Is it Trump? Is it Netanyahu? And of course, we've seen this aggression by Israel and the response of Iran trying to defend itself. And strikingly, we've seen most of the G7 countries coming out. You know, these were countries that were facing extraordinary pressure from their own citizens in the recent weeks to stop supporting Israel because of what was happening in Gaza. And then overnight, they turned their position and said they support Israel's right to defend itself. And it's striking because Israel was the one that aggressed here. So there's a strange mix. But to go back to the point that you raised just a moment ago about President Putin and President Xi discussing this in the context of Trump overnight deciding to extend his decision for 2 weeks, which I think we have to take that with a grain of salt, because he often offers 2 weeks. He'll make a decision in 2 weeks and rarely does. But it does open the window to discussions. We do know that Wang Yi is talking to his counterparts in Iran and in Israel. We do know that Russia has a very strong relationship with Iran, that Iran is a friend of China. And we could see now, as the U.S. is effectively trying to hold a gun to Israel's head and saying, okay, you have 2 weeks to promise to eliminate your nuclear weapons program, which, by the way, there's no evidence that it actually exists. At least we will know that Iran is not alone in the world, that Russia and China will be pushing to be at the table, because everyone has interest in this not escalating further.
Yeah, so as you said, there are many complicated leading factors towards the tension in the Middle East today, and there are multiple stakeholders worldwide, as if it sounds like that the regional tension is actually a global issue. But today, what do you anticipate to happen within the next 24 hours?
I think we'll continue to see a number of things. First, we're likely to continue to see the trading of strikes by both Iran and Israel. I don't think these will be game changers. It might be possible that both sides will use this window to further bolster their position ahead of any possible negotiations. That's generally what happens when windows open, so we might see the intensification of crossfire. We'll see the major powers jockeying to establish their positions at the table. We'll see some discussion about where will people potentially meet, how will the discussions take place. It's a lot to accomplish in 2 weeks, and I don't think we're yet clear that the Iranian side is going to respond to this demand or this window, as Trump has placed it on the table. Although Iran might do so with security guarantees for talks provided by China or Russia. Nevertheless, I would think we may see some progress on those fronts. And unfortunately, I think we'll also continue to see the U.S. moving assets into the region, because if the U.S. is going to be involved, they have to have the material and the soldiers in place in order to advance whatever aggression they might want to contribute to this unfortunate set of circumstances.
Okay, and the world is right now watching closely what the United States will do next. But it'll take about 2 weeks for the Trump administration to make a decision to whether or not directly take part in military actions against Iran. So do you believe that Trump will actually do it?
Well, I think there are two issues here. The first is 2 weeks. Trump gave Putin 2 weeks to respond to Trump's ambitions for Ukraine, and President Putin ignored him. And so it's been much more than 2 weeks. And we've seen Trump often, it's almost a rhetorical reflex for him to say 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. And very often we see no follow through on his side, either, especially in domestic policymaking or even international policymaking. So I think we have to realize that 2 weeks could just be an indefinite period of time, like a cooling off period, or it might be that he's being disingenuous, that maybe he realizes that he can have his assets in place in a week and he's simply buying time for an aggressive act. Who knows? It could go either way at this point. But I do concur with some of the analyses that we're seeing from some of Trump's more isolationist advisors, people like Carlson Tucker, and Steve Bannon, who are saying that if the president agrees to join this fight, that it would be very, very destructive for the United States. That not only because so many of Trump's supporters had voted for him because he promised to avoid precisely these types of engagements that had really been driven by the old wing of the Republican Party, for example, in the 9/11 era, that led to decades of military engagement in Iraq and Afghanistan, and cost trillions of dollars, and thousands of lives, and had nothing to show for it, except that the U.S. continues to find the erosion of its infrastructure and its global position. So, among other concerns, in so much as a big part of the U.S. Middle class continues to erode and struggle with inflation and other concerns. So, there is the concern that this would deeply divide Trump's base, that it would further frustrate Republican efforts to sustain their position in the House and Senate in the midterm elections, and if they don't do that, then it runs the risk of Trump being a lame duck the final 2 years in office and ruining whatever revolution he hopes to consolidate. And at the same time, it does speak to the much further, deeper challenges for the United States. For example, if the U.S. goes to war, if this situation escalates, not only could it end up costing the U.S. billions, if not trillions of dollars, it could also create a new round of energy inflation. This could further frustrate Americans who voted for Trump, in part because they were already tired of the inflation they were facing, as well as virtually ensure the U.S. enters an economic recession, given the strains and stresses already associated with Trump's global trade war. So the risks here for Trump are very substantial, as are the risks for the American people, the American economy, and American security. And so these are things that I think that certainly weighing very heavily on the president's mind right now, as he stands between the people who are warning him not to go this route versus those who are hungry for Iranian blood.
Yes. So as you said, the Trump administration is also dragged by its domestic problems, like its political divisions and economic downturn and pressure. So do you think that there are other major factors that will change President Trump's decision in the next few weeks?
Well, I think the main problem is that the U.S. has put itself in a position where it is trying to call the shots, but is no longer really able to do so. In other words, Trump finds himself at the brink because Netanyahu pushed him there. And Biden, likewise, the Democrats found their re-election prospects severely damaged by Netanyahu's aggression in Gaza, which split the Democratic Party. And so we really have to go back to who's driving American policymaking, foreign policymaking in the Middle East. And there is a strong argument that Netanyahu is, and this is something that I think should really be unnerving to a lot of Americans who think that they have a commander-in-chief who is in charge of U.S. The military forces and military action, but also the rest of the world. They should be asking themselves, okay, who's really the most powerful man in the world at this point? But aside from this, there are other threats. There are countries in the world other than the United States, other than Israel, that want to trigger this type of conflict. I mean, there are those who see this as an opportunity to debase Iran, and they might try to antagonize this. They might try to exploit this. But there are also countries that realize that if the U.S. goes down this path, right, that if the U.S. goes down this path, that long term, that the strategic cost to the U.S. will be much bigger. For example, there are a number of countries that really want to see de-dollarization, Russia being one of them. I'm not saying Russia would be someone who would meddle in this directly, but if the U.S. goes down this path, and if we continue to see this type of aggression, and if we see the expected economic consequences, it's likely to further accelerate de-dollarization. And there are a number of actors around the world that want to see that, and they may be looking at this as an opportunity to try to exploit this, false flag operations, to sort of accelerate or push these leaders to the brink. And the problem is the White House has already shown itself vulnerable to that type of game playing.
And Professor Mahoney, if the United States does intervene in the current rounds of attacks between Israel and Iran, how will that change the trajectory of the development of the current situation?
Well, I think that there's this narrative that's being advanced by Israel that all they have to do is kill the supreme leader, and then that somehow will, fundamentally change things. Now, whether or not they understand that as being the first domino in a regime change, or whether or not they understand this as something that would really basically change Iran for the better, is really, I think, beyond their ability to argue compellingly. So we just have the talking point of kill this one person and everything is resolved. I think the bottom line is, as was demonstrated in much weaker countries, Afghanistan and even Iraq, that just because you go in and you do this or you do that doesn't mean that you really fundamentally change things. You can't change a people. And above all, it's not that you make people love you or embrace your system if you go in and kill their leaders and kill their children and hold a gun to their head and tell them that they have to do X, Y, Z. In fact, we often find that you do that in places like Afghanistan, and after 20 years, the people welcome the Taliban back to power as a more legitimate form of government. So I don't know what they aim to achieve here. There's no clear in-game or exit strategy, which is another major problem for both sides. It's very easy to start pulling triggers. It's a whole different matter to try to find a way out of the mess that you make.
Yeah, so the development trajectory is still quite ambiguous. And now let's turn to the Chinese and Russian stance. On Thursday, Chinese President Xi Jinping held a phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin, and they both called for a peaceful solution. They called for solving the Middle East tensions through dialogue. What have you read from their conversation?
Well, I think it's very clear that that both countries, on the principle of a multipolar world and their role as major powers, they have a lot at stake here. Positive relations with China has Israel. We know that it could end up mobilizing various responses from the Shia sensitive side of the border with Iraq. And we know that in the previous conflict, whether it was ISIS, which emerged in the terrible interventions of the U.S. in Iraq, which not only had an impact on Syria, it radiated throughout Central Asia, touching on the security of all of Central Asia, as well as Russia and China. So, we've seen President Xi in Central Asia just in the past week. We know that Central Asian countries are looking for peace and development in the region. We know that they're looking even to build trade routes that move through Iran and link with India. That this is, the Asia moving forward past this old paradigm of Western intervention in this region. So I think everyone realizes that their immediate security and economic needs or values could be impugned by this type of military action should it escalate and radiate throughout the region. So yes, I think in this case, what we see are two leaders, President Putin and President Xi, realizing that they need to be at the table, not just as major powers in a multipolar world, but also because their direct security interests and regional interest, development interest, are being touched upon. And clearly, they also want to play a supporting role for their friends in Tehran, to try to be at the table, to stand there to ensure that there's some sort of equitable process and not just the U.S. using this as a bully position vis-a-vis Israel or vice versa to create policies that would be detrimental to the interest of the region, but also the interest of China and Russia.
Yeah, as you said, China and Russia needs to be on the table, but to what extent will they participate? I mean, if the U.S. finally decides to intervene, will that pull China and Russia into the conflict?
Well, I don't think you will see China entering the conflict at all. China does not have a military alliance. It does not create military alliances with others the way that Russia does. China has strategic partnerships, but this precludes military alliances. The Iranian-Russian relationship is much closer. They share weapons. They supply weapons to each other. And Iran has been supporting Russian weapons needs with the conflict in Ukraine. And we may see some sort of return from Russia to help bolster the Iranian side. I'm not sure, but I think it's clear that both countries want to avoid this escalating. Although, you know, it's possible that this conflict will provide opportunities to distract the world from the conflict in Ukraine. Russia may decide to press advantages there. It's certainly distracting people from the conflict in Gaza, and you know, Israel is going to exploit that. And I think all of these things are contrary to the vision of a shared future that and the necessity of peace and development that is being promoted by Beijing. So I don't think that China would be involved, but I do think China will stand ready to mediate and to provide logistical support and security guarantees should there be some sort of real effort to move forward with negotiations.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Mahoney, for being with us today.
There is one more issue I'd like to talk about. You know, I want to speak very directly to this thing about the desire, this stated desire to eliminate or remove Iran's nuclear facilities, and this is really a rhetorical strategy because it's really not possible. Either using conventional weapons or nuclear weapons, it's not possible to eliminate. You know, the nuclear, the capability of a nation to develop nuclear weapons. That's always a capability that a nation has, if that's their desire and their ambition. Now, it's clear that the Iranians have not produced those weapons, or at least if they produced them, they haven't demonstrated their capacity to produce them. And countries that have produced them, North Korea, Pakistan, and India, typically signal that they produce them by testing them and then letting the world see the data that these do in fact exist, because they immediately convey a certain power and protection for these countries that would preclude other countries from aggressing against them the way Israel continually aggresses against Iran. So I think it's rather clear that Iran doesn't have these weapons, and rather clear that they have not tried to develop these weapons. despite the allegations made by Israel. But even taking into account that was that they wanted to, or that they even had them, I don't think that it's possible to eliminate such weapons, and it's always sort of this ghost in the machine. And I want to recall here that we had all of these allegations and false proof that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, and the U.S. took this fake evidence to the UN Security Council to justify its what was ultimately an illegal war against Iraq. And it turned out that they didn't have those weapons, that it was all made up, and whether or not this was a conspiracy led by the U.S. or people who were trying to undermine Iraq and feeding misinformation to the U.S. is something that remains a subject of debate. But the fact of the matter is, you can't eliminate that capacity. And I'm not sure, and I know that Israel understands that. I know the United States understands that. But instead, what they have used is this term, or this trope of eliminating this capacity as a means to continuously suppress and attack Iran through the decades. In other words, it's not something that they can really prevent Iran from doing if that's what Iran wants to do, but they will continuously use that as a means for suppressing this country. So this is something that I think we have to bring to the discussion, is that it's not really possible to eliminate that type of ability or to prevent that sort of outcome if that's indeed what a country wants.
Okay, so from your point, it is more a narrative or pressure that Israel launched rather than the real targets of really like demolishing or damaging all of Iran's nuclear facilities.
That's right. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Mahoney, for your time and sharing. And you're watching CGTN's live coverage of the fresh and ongoing conflicts between Israel and Iran. We'll bring you more information and analysis later. Stay with us.
Schools and kids are at home, and everything is shut down, and the airport, for example, is shut down, and still more than 100,000 Israelis are stranded outside, and Israelis cannot leave the country. There's still support for all that, but to a certain extent, another week, another two. More than that, I think we'll start seeing the public losing patience. Israel is on the driver's seat. Israel is achieving a lot of its goals, but Israel has to do it fast because the public support is still here. It's not going to be here for a long, long time to come.
All right, Jonathan Regev live in Tel Aviv for us this hour. Jonathan, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you.
And now let's learn the situation on the ground in Iran and talk to correspondent Sepa Sarami, who witnessed strikes from Israel during a live report for us in Tehran.
Now reporting from Tehran, as you see behind me, is city of Tehran, and also Milad Tower, one of the monuments of this city, is visible. Right now, Israel is striking this city. It's 19th of June, 8:50 p.m. Now, right now, as you see, as I've said, Israel is striking this city, and now you see the defense system has also been activated, and you see behind me, you hear the sounds in the sky. Now I want to let you see what's happening. Also, Iran launched missiles against Israel last night, but now we are under attack. Tehran, you see the skies of Tehran right now. What's happening here? You see the defense system has been activated right above me. Okay, now I have to go in. Now we'll be back later. Stop.
As Israel intensified its strikes on Tehran, many residents are fleeing the Iranian capital in search of safety. Our correspondent Ehsan Kayvani spoke to residents of Tehran who have sought shelter in Iran's northern region.
On Friday after midnight, around 3 a.m., we woke up to the sound of explosions. After checking the internet and news, we realized Israel had attacked. The number of explosions kept increasing. At first, it was only at night, but then it extended to daytime as well. This led us to decide to leave Tehran. The fear, the sounds were terrifying. The sounds of explosions were awful. Both the sound of missiles hitting and the anti-aircraft fire were frightening. It was disturbing. The windows were shaking, and sometimes doors would open and close. Iran should defend its people, stand by them, and as they say, if you strike a blow, you must take one in return. Iran shouldn't let Israel's actions go unanswered.
For the first 2 or 3 days of the attacks or war, we stayed home. But due to the loud noises and the feeling of insecurity, we left the city. People from Tehran have gone to smaller cities that don't have the capacity for such a population, which has naturally led to limited fuel supply and some food shortages. But it hasn't reached the point of causing famine or major problems. A response befitting Iran's stature is necessary. War in general is not good, and no one supports war. But it's also not reasonable for them to attack and fight while we just sit and watch.
Well, the White House says President Donald Trump will make a decision on whether to order a strike against Iran in the next 2 weeks. And the Israeli Defense Forces says 14 aircraft carrying military equipment have arrived in Israel from the U.S. and a third U.S. Navy destroyer has entered the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, and a second U.S. carrier strike group is heading toward the Arabian Sea. And the Pentagon says the moves are defensive. Jim Spellman reports from Washington.
He has repeatedly said he's still deciding and that he may not decide until the last second. But Trump remains confident that a deal can be struck with Iran over the country's nuclear program, and so he is holding off on military action, at least for now. Listen.
Regarding the ongoing situation in Iran, I know there has been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision-making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved. In light of that news, I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
So what would a deal look like? Well, Trump has repeatedly said that in his view, Iran cannot be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon. And the White House says any deal would require Iran to stop enriching uranium. The White House also says Trump's lead negotiator remains in touch with Iranian officials, but the White House wouldn't provide any more details about potential communications. President Trump's supporters and advisors have been split between the America First base that does not want the U.S. involved in foreign wars and the more traditional hawkish wing of the Republican Party. Many in that faction have been pushing Trump to get involved militarily. But they've also been keeping a close eye on the Strait of Hormuz. This is a vital passage between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, then into the Arabian Sea. About 20 million barrels of oil flow through the strait every day. That's about a quarter of the world's oil supply. If it's blocked by Iranian forces, it could rock the global economy. So in addition to these potential military targets, civilian targets, the Pentagon is keeping a close eye on what is happening there in the Strait of Hormuz and has been moving more U.S. naval warships into the region.
Israeli National Security Advisor Tzachi Hanegbi says his country will not stop its military operation unless Iran's Fordo nuclear facility is destroyed. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant says the facility is a problem that will be resolved. Why is the Fordo plant being targeted, and can it be destroyed?
Israel's Fordo nuclear facility is located in a mountainous area north of Qum. It's buried 90 metres underground in solid rock, making it highly resistant to attacks. Its uranium enrichment levels are higher than those of the Natanz facility. Since the US withdrew from the Iranian nuclear deal in 2018, Iran's resumed high-level uranium enrichment there, saying it's for civilian use. Over the past week, Israel has launched airstrikes on multiple Iranian nuclear targets, aiming to destroy its nuclear program. However, satellite images show no visible damage to Fordo. The International Atomic Energy Agency also confirms the plant's been unaffected. Israel's conventional weapons are incapable of destroying such a deeply buried site. US media report that only the GBU-57 bunker buster bomb could damage the plant, but it must be delivered by a B-2 stealth bomber and would likely require 2 bombs in succession to achieve penetration. This method has never been tested in combat.
Young guy, and I think it's got...
Some analysts believe President Donald Trump may eventually authorise the use of US-made bunker busters despite the significant risks.
We were thinking maybe
Ian Bremer, president of political risk consultancy Eurasia Group, believes Trump will ultimately authorise a strike on the Fordo facility.
And of course, the big question is really about what happens with Fordo, the critical component of their program that the United States is increasingly, apparently, heading towards making a decision to strike.
But Bremer says the situation is not as urgent as Trump claims and says there are other options available rather than using the bunker busters. US arms control experts warn that striking Fordo could cause a release of uranium hexafluoride, potentially leading to radiation leaks and chain reactions. Such a move could also further involve the US in a wider regional conflict.
And CGTN America spoke to Middle East analyst Laura Blumenfeld about where US President Donald Trump might stand on this matter. And she says Trump is weighing the risks of a direct US involvement.
What do you make of this 2-week deadline, if you will, by Donald Trump? Why 2 weeks? Why even talk about this 2-week time frame?
Well, I think that 2 weeks is Donald Trump's favorite phrase for just let's take a pause. And it's a really important one. What we've been watching is basically a staring contest between Iran's supreme leader and U.S.'s leader, Donald Trump. And some say that today, by announcing the 2-week pause, he's blinking. Trump is blinking. I would say it's more like squinting because he's scrutinizing some of the details of what would be involved if U.S. took direct military offensive action. Number one, I think he wants to really dig down and figure out, is a military strike necessary or is there an opportunity for diplomacy? Number two, I think he wants to make sure that it's going to be a quick win and not a forever war, which of course he promised voters he would not involve the U.S. directly in. And number three, he wants to make sure that it will be a decisive strike. Some of these bunker buster bombs that would be deployed have never been used before. Yes, they've been tested, but he wants to know if he's in it to win.
Laura, just up until a few weeks ago, Donald Trump was talking about diplomacy. He was talking about trying to make a great deal with the great people of Iran, always emphasizing the people of Iran, that they're smart, they're intelligent, and he's ready to make a deal. Then all of a sudden, something shifted. Is it your sense that Trump perhaps is being dragged into this war by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as we both know has been itching to attack Iran for a long time now?
Well, it's a great question, and hovering over both the battlefield in Iran and in Israel, and also the diplomatic negotiating table, is this question of, is the military threat credible from the United States? Does Trump actually want to go to war? And is this just a manipulation game? On the one hand, yes, some people are saying that Netanyahu is pulling strings. On the other hand, others would argue that the Iranians are just stringing Donald Trump along. They're tapping him along in his language. I think what the commander-in-chief is trying to show here is that he, in fact, is in command. Because if you have a slogan that says peace through strength, you have to be willing to show that you're in charge.
Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin have discussed the Israel-Iran conflict in a phone call. Both leaders called for de-escalating tensions.
Xi Jinping warned that the Middle East crisis reflects a broader era of global turbulence and transformation. Further escalation would harm not only the parties involved, but also the wider region. He proposed 4 key points. She said that a ceasefire is an urgent priority and the use of force is not the right way to resolve international disputes, but only fuels hatred. The conflict, particularly Israel's actions, must stop immediately to prevent further escalation and regional spillover. She maintained that the top priority is to protect civilian safety amid Iran-Israel tensions. He said the red line of safeguarding civilians must not be crossed. Indiscriminate violence is unacceptable. All parties must uphold international law, avoid civilian harm, and facilitate the evacuation of foreign nationals. She underscored that dialogue and negotiation are the fundamental ways out and the path to lasting peace. A political resolution regarding the Iran nuclear issue should be firmly pursued, with efforts focused on restoring talks and negotiations. She said the international community should make efforts to de-escalate the situation, as an unstable Middle East endangers global security. The international community, especially major powers with influence over the conflict, must actively work to resolve the situation. The UN Security Council should play a stronger role. For his part, Vladimir Putin outlined Russia's position on the Middle East situation, calling Israel's attack on Iran's nuclear facilities extremely dangerous. He stressed that escalating the conflict serves no one's interests and that the Iranian nuclear issue should be resolved through dialogue. He also said that both sides must ensure the safety of third country nationals. Meanwhile, Putin added that Russia is ready to maintain close communication with China and work together to cool down tensions and uphold regional stability as the situation evolves. She reiterated that China is ready to continue enhancing communication and coordination with all parties, building consensus and upholding justice while playing a constructive role in restoring regional peace. Both leaders highly praised the strong political trust and strategic coordination between China and Russia and agreed to deepen high-level exchanges, expand cooperation, and advance their comprehensive strategic partnership.
And China's permanent representative to the United Nations says the only way to solve Iran's nuclear issue is through negotiations.
We are very concerned about the possible escalation, and I think that it is the view of the overwhelming majority of the international community that we should see an immediate ceasefire and the protection of civilians, and then the nuclear issue can only be resolved through negotiation. So I think in that spirit, the Security Council needs to take some concrete action in that respect.
The international community has voiced concerns over the intensifying conflict between Israel and Iran. And British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called for restraint following reports that U.S. President Donald Trump approved plans for a military strike against Iran. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu by phone, urging moderation. Egyptian Foreign Minister Badr Abdelati has called for an end to the escalation, stressing the need for diplomatic and political solutions. The foreign ministers of Germany, France, and Britain, as well as EU's top diplomat, will hold nuclear talks with their Iranian counterpart on Friday in Geneva. And more than 100 Chinese citizens in Israel have evacuated to Egypt. For more, let's check in with our reporter Adel El-Marouki in Cairo. Adel, tell us more about this evacuation.
Well, it's the first wave of evacuations that took place, organized from this side by the Chinese embassy in Egypt, through which 119 citizens have been evacuated through the land crossing between Egypt and Israel. That is the land crossing in Taba city on the Gulf of Aqaba. All 119 came through a convoy of 4 buses right away to Cairo. Just arrived about 2 hours ago to their hotel here. Some of them have already moved directly to Cairo International Airport. Some of them are going back to China. Others were visits, so they're going back to their residence country. This is just the first of several waves. The Chinese embassy here says it will be leading. There's already a team by the Chinese embassy stationed at Taba to follow up on the next delegations coming. Most of these citizens, Chinese citizens, are students who have been in Israel for their undergraduate or postgraduate, mainly postgraduate studies. So their studies have been interrupted. Their lives and the future of their educational career and educational pursuit is not clear yet. And therefore, it seems that this war has impacted them definitely, and they are not know when they will resume their normal life once again.
Right after a missile directly hit our campus, the university relocated us to a hotel near Jerusalem. While we were staying there, the Chinese ambassador to Israel quickly came to meet us in person, helped us analyze the current situation, and advised us to temporarily leave Israel.
One of our main concerns at the time was that it might not be safe to evacuate by land on our own. The ambassador assured us that embassy staff would accompany us when we departed together by car, which made us feel much more at ease.
The entire evacuation route was organized and coordinated by the Chinese embassy, and along the way they also prepared essential food and drinking water for us.
Overall, the evacuation process was smooth and went quite well.
Seeing how people in the Middle East live under the shadow of war made us realize how fortunate we are to have been born and raised in China.
We just felt safe finally, and it really felt like we were almost home.
So basically they've been on the road for almost 24 straight hours, coming all the way the furthest parts of Israel through Tel Aviv and from Jerusalem all the way to the southern of Israel to Egypt. They've spent the last 24 hours on this road until they've arrived, hoping to find a safe haven in Egypt. Egypt is one of the 2 main land crossings through which Israel can evacuate foreign nationals in it. The other is Jordan, but because of the ongoing strikes, they go over sometimes the airspace in Jordan, so Egypt is the safest bet.
Indeed, and Adele, as more and more people are being evacuated, how much pressure does it have on Israel, the Israel-Iran conflict have on the neighboring Egypt then?
So Egypt has been already struggling because of the Israeli war on Gaza. This has been directly impacting it, as Gaza is they share a land crossing. That's one of the issues. Also because of the Houthis who have been attacking some commercial vessels, shooting missiles over the Red Sea into Israel. That has interrupted the Red Sea trade route, which is essential for Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the main foreign currency sources of revenue for Egypt. And therefore, having Iran engaged now, or Israel engaging Iran into another round of war, it means that more activities from the Houthis could be seen. It has already been continuing like it has been with Gaza, but we are expecting an intensified attacks from the Houthis, which threatens further the trade in the Red Sea. Besides that, Egypt rely heavily on natural gas imports from Israel. About 50% of Egypt's imported natural gas comes from Israel. That is roughly 1 billion cubic feet daily, and that has already been affected recently and has dropped by about 20% with the attacks targeting oil fields from both countries towards the other. There are expectations to further affect Egypt's supply of natural gas. And despite that, Egypt has been securing routes of natural gas from other resources. Most of them comes from the east, which again are impacted by this ongoing military airstrikes between the two countries. And finally, tourism is volatile, and Egypt relies heavily on that. So with the turbulences in the Middle East, that has been also affected. In general, there is concern. Egypt feels that this war, if extended, can involve the entire Middle East into a wider conflict. Egypt warned about uncontrolled chaos that can spread all across the region because of this war.
All right, thank you very much, Adela Marie, reporting from Egypt. And Egypt is not the only country that bears the pressure of evacuation. The conflict has forced many Iranians to cross into neighboring Armenia as well. For more, let's bring in our correspondent Gayani Alexanian in Megri, Armenia. Gayani, how's the border situation in Armenia right now? Can it handle the influx of refugees?
Well, right now I'm standing just outside the border checkpoint where the flow of people is steadily growing, actually. And in the past few days, we have seen hundreds of people crossing the border, entering into Armenia from Iran. So this only border checkpoint Armenia and Iran have on the border. Actually, what information we have got so far, they are not entering Armenia as refugees. No such status has been granted so far. But what we actually know is that a lot of foreign nationals actually crossed into Armenia, and they use Armenia as a transit point to fly elsewhere. Among them were a lot of Chinese citizens, and as the Chinese embassy in Armenia announced, they have helped around 600 Chinese citizens to flee the bombing in Iran and get to their countries through Armenia. This number is actually changing by every hour because the number of people crossing the border through this checkpoint is growing. We talked to the mayor of a city nearby. He told that in the past few days, there have been a lot of foreign nationals, Iranian citizens, and also Iranian Armenians crossing the border. He claimed that, according to his estimates, only 30% were Iranian citizens. Most of them were foreign nationals, ethnic Armenians. Those ethnic Armenians usually have friends, businesses. Some of them even have houses here in Armenia. But what we know is that the Armenian government is getting prepared for a scenario when there will be a huge influx of refugees into Armenia.
Gayani, as Donim pointed out just now, it is always difficult to be located in the vicinity of a major conflict. You talked about how the government plans to handle the influx of people. What other challenges is the government anticipating that could pose a threat, pose a challenge to Armenia?
Well, the government already acknowledged that there are problems in the logistics sector. Armenia relies heavily on Iranian routes for trade with Central Asian countries, partially with China too. And if there is disruption in these trade routes, this is going to have a huge economic impact on Armenia, on its trade with Central Asian countries, with China too. Next comes the risks in the energy sector, because Armenia and Iran have gas electricity cooperation. And as we see, as the Iranian energy infrastructure is being targeted, there is a huge risk that Armenia may face from this. And the Armenian government says they are looking into the problem and they are getting prepared for any such scenario. Besides that, I want to mention that there are security risks, and this is a primary concern for the Armenian citizens. If the conflict escalates and if it spreads into the region, Armenia faces such risks with its neighboring Azerbaijan, with whom it has a long history of conflict.
Thank you very much. Our correspondent Gayani Alexandyan reporting in Megri, Armenia. And as tensions between Israel and Iran escalate, Turkey is tightening security along its eastern border. Many Iranians have been fleeing the conflict through the Gur-Black crossing, while some others are returning to Iran despite the risks. Our correspondent Evangelos Ipsas is at the Iran-Turkey border.
At the Gur-Black crossing, suitcases line the pavement. Children cling to their parents and exhausted faces tell stories without words. Amid the chaos, one man steps forward, his voice trembling, his clothes still dusty. He recounts the horror he fled in Tehran.
I'm coming from Tehran, Bunyad Square, one of the first places that got bombed. It took me 2 days to get here. We were searching for small children under the rubble. My elderly parents were sleeping when the building collapsed. Our neighbors died.
At the Turkish-Iranian border, emotions are raw. The chaos of war has forced thousands of Iranians to flee, seeking safety wherever they can. According to border officials, the number of daily crossings has more than tripled since the conflict began. Some are students, others foreign visitors. But all are united by the trauma they've witnessed and the uncertainty ahead.
We're not a nation that runs away from war, but I had to leave. I had an internship here. Otherwise, I would have stayed. I believe in our country and I trust in God.
Yesterday, some of the banks went down, the interconnection went down, and then because of the banking system they have, and with like limited access then to banks, to funds, it was like, we need to leave ASAP. So then we moved up to the Caspian to try to get away from it, and then we decided to trek all the way down here to the border.
While many decide to cross, seeking safety, others decide to return back. They say that they're going to collect their belongings or check on their loved ones or even assess the situation themselves. But heading back is heading into a landscape of growing uncertainty.
Our children are there, our home, our mother. We're afraid, but we have no choice. We must go back.
We're scared. Everything we have is in Tehran. We need to gather our belongings, see our brother, and then figure out what's next.
With 570 kilometers of shared border, Turkey is tightening securities amid growing tensions. As the Israel-Iran conflict deepens, some find brief relief in crossing over. Others return to danger, driven not by escape, but survival. Evangelos Ipsas for CGTN from the Iranian-Turkish border.
And for more on the conflict, we're now joined by Zhang Chuchu from the School of International Relations and Public Affairs at Fudan University. Chuchu, welcome to Global Watch. Well, Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin have discussed the Israel-Iran conflict in a phone call. What do you make of this phone call, especially as the situation is intensifying day by day and may have spillover effects?
Indeed. Well, from my own observation, I think the call between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Putin actually reflects a shared concern between these two countries with the deterioration of the security situation in the Middle East at the moment. And also, I think it shows the coordinated effort to address the escalating Israel-Iran conflict. Well, at this stage, the primary objective was to advocate for de-escalation of the conflict, emphasizing a ceasefire and diplomatic efforts to resolve the crisis. And from this discussion, from what we can see at the moment from the media, to reach this objective, both leaders signal their opposition to actions which violate the United Nations Charter and international law. And furthermore, we can see they both advocate for a ceasefire and diplomatic efforts. And during this discussion, also the two sides show their intention to facilitate the de-escalation, while Putin offered Russian mediation.
President Xi has called for dialogue and negotiation to resolve the conflict. Chu Chu, at this point, are we completely past the stage for dialogue at this point? Is the door for diplomacy completely shut?
I think right now we are in a very difficult moment, but I would say the window for effective diplomacy in the Israel-Iran conflict appears very narrow, but not entirely closed. So above all, we can see the global powers' attention to this regional affair could pressure Israel and Iran a bit to pause hostilities, especially if the energy markets or nuclear proliferation risks escalate. And secondly, also regional powers such as Saudi Arabia, Oman, United Arab Emirates, etc., have also shared concerns with the spillover effect of the conflict, especially if Israel further targets oil facilities and if Iran blocks the Hormuz Strait. That is going to have a very big spillover effect. So I think regional powers are also making an effort to de-escalate the conflict. And last but not least, both Iran and Israel knows clearly that a long-term intensification serves the interests of nobody. But meanwhile, I think there are also challenges, and it's very obvious that neither Israel nor Iran appears willing to compromise significantly. And also the conflict's rapid escalation reduces the time and space for diplomacy.
All right, and President Xi, during the phone call, he said that the international community should make efforts to cool down the situation. Well, the international community is certainly concerned and voiced their concerns. How big pressure do you think that will give to Donald Trump to make a decision whether to directly involve in the conflict?
Well, from my own perspective, I think international society can have a limited impact on President Trump's decision-making regarding direct U.S. involvement in the conflict, but actually his own concerns and strategies may play a more role in this concern. And in fact, the other international actors' concerns about disruptions to Iranian oil supplies, which affect global energy markets, could actually resonate with Trump, who is very sensitive to economic impacts like rising oil prices for a long term. Also, Trump, as a self-proclaimed peacemaker, may be very cautious of appearing to escalate a Middle East conflict, especially after campaigning on ending tensions. And he himself does not want to invest more diplomatic and military resources to the region. But I think there are limits, of course, and in any case, Trump does not care a lot about international opinion. And also, Trump has historically prioritized unilateral action and loyalty to allies like Israel over international consensus.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zhang Chu from Fudan University. Great to have your insights on this matter.
And we're heading for another short break on Global Watch when we come back.
Hello, and you're watching CGTN's live stream on the ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran. Now, Iran has rejected the United States' calls for surrender, and it warns that if America decided to intervene, the U.S. will suffer from irreparable damages. And yesterday, the White House said that it'll take about 2 weeks for the U.S. President Donald Trump to decide whether or not to directly intervene into the Israel side. And on Thursday, Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin held a phone conversation. Both countries called for restraint and de-escalation. And for more on the current situation, let's bring in Chair Professor Rong Ying at Sichuan University. Professor Rong, welcome to our live stream.
Thank you for having me.
So, Professor Rong, what can you read from yesterday's talks between President Xi and President Putin?
Well, the telephone conversation between President Xi and President Putin definitely plays a very important role in terms of what the international community can do in bringing the succession of the conflict, and more importantly, I think what the concerns shared by the international community, I think China and Russia in particular, how to bring the ongoing conflict into a kind of a ceasefire, but more importantly, what would be the way out in addressing and managing the issues that the root causes in particular of this ongoing crisis. So I thought that is one of the most important diplomatic efforts by the international community, led by China and Russia, to the standing member of UN Security Council on this critical issues for Middle East at a critical moment.
An important diplomatic effort. So do you expect then China and Russia will further step up their roles, and how big their roles can be in dealing with this conflict?
Definitely, I think that is only the beginning of the series of diplomatic efforts by the international community, represented or led by China and Russia. And I would assume that under the off the radar, the public side, there are diplomacy, quiet diplomacy going on, involving not only, I think, in terms of the parties concerned directly, but equally important is, I think, other stakeholders. For example, I think the United States that definitely is one of them, and also the Europe, and I think of equal importance is the regional countries which has always played a very important role. Look at the statements of foreign ministers of 21 Arab and Islamic countries issued, and also I think the statements by the Shanghai Cooperation Organizations. So all in all, I think the voices for diplomacy, efforts for diplomacy grows, and I think there will be more pull or more work that helps the international community to prevent the further escalation and spillover of this conflict to the region and beyond.
Yes, there are strong voices for de-escalation in the Middle East, but we're also watching what the United States is going to do. The Trump administration is still holding its final order to intervene into this conflict or not. So do you believe that the United States will actually do it?
Well, I think the announcement by the White House that President Trump is going to decide, whether it would go ahead with that military plan against a military strike against Iran within 2 weeks, it has to be, I think, welcomed. Or after all, it arguably give diplomacy some time, or the Americans would like to say a kind of off-ramps within 2 weeks. Having said that, I think the underlying sort of causes or factors that determines this decision are very much, I think, raise the question or raise the concerns of that. I think a lot of speculations or a lot of analysts, both in the United States and beyond, regarded this move as a kind of a tactical sort of effort meant to put maximum pressure on Iran to, as President Trump said, unconditional sort of surrender, which is, in other words, it is a kind of ultimatum for Iran. This is, I think, I don't think it's a good diplomacy as far as the complexity of this question and this conflict is concerned. And it would also, I think, arguably give the military options more time. We all know that the United States, for the military sort of operations against Iran, preparations have been going on for quite a long time. We have seen stories coming out from the US press and other international press that this has been going on, the various kind of preparation. And we all know that the military sort of assets of the United States has been sort of mobilizing further. The third sort of aircraft carrier strike group are, rushing to the region. So the big question is whether naturally comes to whether it is instead of giving time or opportunity for diplomacy, is it the real purpose of this announcement is meant to buy more time for military, for you, not only for the United States to the final decision to strike Iran, but equally sort of important for Israel, which has determined to pursue sort of so-called final victory, military victory. And that is also, I think, makes this situation even more complicated. Last but not least, I think the uncertainties and unpredictabilities related to this development are not known. And if one follows the debates in the United States about those who support and those who oppose the direct military involvement in Iran, one would find a very disturbing or concerning argument. That is, they are very much focusing on the question of effectiveness of capabilities of that so-called buster bomb, rather than the lessons or the impact, the consequences of military actions on Iran and the region at large. I think the recent history and the memory of the U.S. involvement in the region has told us, and I think the United States too, some bitter lessons. And these lessons, the track record of the consequences of the instabilities that caused by the U.S. military involvement in the region has brought about not only, I think, strategic sort of cost for the United States, but more importantly, as to the region in terms of civilians, casualties, peace and stabilities, and so on and so forth. So I only hope that the coming 2 weeks, maybe shorter than that, will give more time, not only for diplomacy, but more importantly for serious diplomatic efforts by the international community, but equally important for American voters, for American public to have a serious debate about the pros and cons of direct military involvement in this conflict.
So the following 2 weeks will also be an important window for more diplomatic efforts to be conducted. But if the United States does intervene in the conflict between Israel and Iran, Professor Ron, what do you think China will react?
China definitely, I think, has made its position loud and clear on the day one. China explicitly condemned the kind of sort of invasion, military actions against Iran, and which is, I think, violated the sovereignty and territorial integrity and the security of a sovereign state. And China opposed these kind of sort of actions, because it goes against, runs counter to the international law, and China supports Iran in defending and safeguarding its own sovereignty and territorial integrity. China has working very closely with the international community, supporting, I think, diplomatic efforts in the region and beyond, to ensure that the ceasefire, the ongoing conflict, would be sort of there will be ceasefire for that, and de-escalation, and the tension will not escalate, and rather, I think, efforts will be done. In the meantime, I think China has also called upon the parties concerned, directly concerned, that efforts would be made to ensure civilians, would be safety and security of civilians would be protected. And humanitarian situations, laws will be followed, and Chinese nationals and Chinese legitimate interests in the region were protected. I think China will continue to make efforts in this regard, and China would also wish to continuously to play a constructive role to ensure the conflict would not go beyond, no further escalation, and there was no spillover. And it was, in the meantime, call upon the United States, a country with a special sort of leverage, the influence, to play a constructive role in this regard, so that rather than try to capitalize or pursue its own geopolitical interest at the expenses of the regional peace and stability and the world at large.
And I believe your remarks are in line with China's statement yesterday. But now the Middle East, considering that the Middle East holds great significance for China, do you think that the current conflicts between Israel and Iran are having a huge impact for China, both in the short and long term?
Definitely, I think China is not the only country. There are, I think, all the countries in the region and the world at large are going to have already, I think, impacted negatively by this ongoing crisis, ongoing conflict, as it, have in the past. The region has already ongoing. The Israel and Palestine conflict has been going on for more than 2 years, and there seems no sign of ending. And there are other ongoing crises in Ukraine. So I think if one looks at the past few years, the recent years since these crisis, China, I think, very much impacted, like others, in terms of its economic interest, political interest, but most importantly, I think the normal activities. For example, like the China's project, the BRI cooperation project with the regions. And these are things I think China does not want to see. And China because of that, China has working very closely with the sort of countries and the regional and the international organizations, UN in particular, to bring to help. And of course, China put forward many important initiatives, particularly in the context of the global security initiatives, and China is working with the parties and countries concerned that share these initiatives by, for example, setting up a kind of Friends of Global Security Initiative and coming up with concrete proposals to to help. And I think these are the diplomatic efforts China has been making. And for this crisis, I think for this conflict, I think the top priority, as President Xi made very clear in his conversation with President Putin, that is succession of conflict, is immediate and early ceasefire. That is the most important thing. I think China wish to see that the parties concerned, directly concerned, and also I think those in the region and beyond will heed China's sort of the positions, but most importantly, working with China together and the international community for that. UN Security Council definitely is a very important venue for that, and other sort of diplomatic efforts, initiative, regional and international, would certainly be supported. So China is ready, and China always hope that it would be play a kind of role that helps the conflict from further escalation or moving out of the control. In the longer term, of course, I would feel that there are many uncertainties and unpredictabilities arising from this conflict. The most important thing is, of course, the spillover effects on the ongoing crisis. Specifically, I think the Israel-Palestinian conflict, but it also very much, I think, kind of interest for analysts and to think about the regional sort of landscape, geopolitical landscape of this conflict, and also the possible realignment of the relationship between among these countries in the region. And last but not least, I think because this crisis has a very important dimension of nuclear issues. So the non-proliferation, the NPT system in the wake of the conflict is also an issue of great concern. And that's why I think China is called upon a political settlement. And I think personally, I would see that the political sort of solution will more or less fall in the framework of the existing sort of mechanism or sort of understanding, which is here specifically related to the Iran's nuclear sort of talks, the JCPOA. All in all, I think while the priority is to address the ongoing crisis, but the root causes that have to be addressed. This is very much related to a kind of a balance between the safety, the integrity of non-proliferation system, and the legitimate need and concerns of member of NPT for peaceful sort of use of nuclear nuclear sort of facilities. So it's all in all, it's a very complicated issue. But I think we have certainly some existing mechanism framework, and I think we should, based on these mechanisms, and to pursue final and workable, effective political settlement for this crisis.
Although you mainly talked about what China can do and how China is affected, but from your speech, we can tell that there probably needs to be a global effort in de-escalating the tensions in the Middle East right now, because the costs of those conflicts will be borne by the globe, especially the people on the ground. We know that the United Nations said that the conflicts in the past week in the Middle East have caused severe casualties and damages, and efforts are undergone in the Middle East to evacuate people, citizens from Tehran. How will that affect neighboring countries of Iran?
Well, I think the conflict certainly, I think, very much affect directly the two countries, Iran and Israel. And we have already seen casualties, civilians, large numbers, and more in Iran, but also I think in Israel. This is something I think nobody wants to see. In the meantime, the spillover effect to the region as a whole, and their neighbors in particular, should also be issues of concern. And as we all know that the ongoing Palestinian-Israel conflict in Gaza has already brought so many humanitarian sufferings, refugees, and also economic and political problems to the region and the countries concerned. So if we have one more, even larger scale of conflict between Israel and Iran, which is enlarging and could be even more in a global, in a regional context, I think the region will be in a way in a situation that neither side, nobody wants to see. That's why I think the call for ceasefire, the call for cessation of conflict, the call for diplomatic efforts have to be heeded and certainly have to be supported.
And Professor Rohn, as we hope for less casualties and more peace and earlier de-escalation and ceasefire, the UK, Germany, and France are going to talk with Iran in Geneva tomorrow. What do you expect from that talk?
I think, again, they should be welcomed. The E3, plus EU, they have agreed, with Iran. This is a kind of the diplomatic efforts should be welcomed. And it is going to be certainly followed, watched very closely, because it is, I think, so far the first ever serious diplomatic engagement of Iran with the international community in 1 week after it was attacked by Israel. And the details, of course, have not been known, and expectations have to be, honestly, I think, to be managed. But I thought that, again, given the history, given the past engagement between the EU and all those three countries with Iran, I think we at least can be hopeful in the sense in that they may come up with some at least better understanding of the current positions of each other particularly I think from Iran, in terms of how they were going to address the situation in the wake of the past of the last military engagement between Iran and Israel, and it would also help to some extent reinforce the ongoing efforts by China and Russia, and hopefully it would also help in the United States, President Trump, to have a second thought about the decision, the final decisions they are going to make in 2 weeks' time. So we need more efforts like that. We need more conversations along this line. But of course, it would take place. It will take place on the principles agreed, mutual respect, and I think in the hope that the legitimate concerns of the relevant side will be addressed in a way that mutually acceptable to the parties concerned. So I personally hope that as the ongoing or forthcoming diplomatic engagement or talks between Iran and also I think the EU or the E3s would build up a kind of a momentum in parallel with the disturbing noise of military operations. That is something I think we are looking for. That is the right direction I think the international community should push for.
Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned earlier, there are already strong voices from the world, like China, Europe, Russia, and the United Nations for de-escalation and for more diplomacy. How much room is there left for diplomacy, as far as you can see?
Honestly, I think the window is very small, and it is also, narrowing. But I think as long as the 1% hope, we have to make 100 percent effort. That is exactly the reason why I think diplomacy and call for diplomacy are important. And I would assume that, as I said earlier, that the regional efforts should also be picking up. And I hope that in the wake of that foreign minister's statement of 21 Arab and Islamic countries, they will be followed up by concrete diplomatic efforts along this line. All in all, I think the region and I think the two parties directly concerned would also, I think it serves the interest, including the two parties directly concerned. And I think most importantly is that the people of the two countries, the civilians and the region and the world at large, their safety and their security.
Yeah, their safety and security. As you said, even if there's only 1% of hope, we need to make 100% efforts for that. So thank you very much for being with us, Professor Rong. And you're watching CGTN's live stream on the current tensions between Israel and Iran that has been stretched for about a week. We'll bring you more information and analysis later. Stay with us. Hello and welcome to CGTN's live coverage on the current tensions between Israel and Iran, which is stepping into the second week. And so far, Iran has said that it will continue its retaliatory efforts, and it's rejected the US's call for surrender. For more information and analysis about the current situation, let's turn to Dr. Azmi Hassan. He's a political analyst based in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So welcome to our show, Dr. Hassan.
Thank you, Hongyu.
We've heard that earlier the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that no matter whether the United States takes part or not, they would have the capabilities to destroy all the nuclear facilities in Iran, although that was questioned by many experts. Do you think that Israel, does have these capabilities in terms of military to destroy all the nuclear infrastructure in Iran?
No, I don't think so. I think what Netanyahu said that I think it's just to build up a confidence of the people of Israel. I think that's one of the reasons why Israel wants President Trump to make a decision as soon as possible so that the United States can attack Iran, especially the nuclear facility that are underground, which needs a missile, what they call it, a buster missile, a buster bunker missile, which Israel doesn't have on you. So when Netanyahu said he can destroy all, I think what he meant is all on the surface nuclear facilities. But a lot of nuclear facilities which has missiles are situated underground. So I think when President Trump made a decision whether to involve directly or not, I think this frustrates Mr. Netanyahu because he needs United States. He needs United States technology, capability to destroy the underground nuclear facility, which are, I think, a lot. I think Iran has learned a lot. They need to protect their facility. I think that's the reason why, for example, in Fordo or in Natanz, most of them are situated underground, which need special ammunition, a bunker buster ammunition to destroy this particular facility, Hongyu.
Yeah, so that's quite an ambitious goal from the Israeli side. But in terms of cyber capabilities, do you believe that Israel has enough cyber abilities to attack Iran's nuclear infrastructure instead of directly bombing them?
Yes, I think it happens, I think a few years ago where they put a virus on this particular system, nuclear facility of Iran. I think this particular cyber attack, I think, needs to be done with a very careful planning, a long-term planning. But during war, I guess, it's going to be very, very difficult because I'm sure Iran has their own firewall. They know that it will be Israel trying to be penetrated. But few hours ago, I heard from you that not that the hackers interested in the facility of the nuclear Iran to attack cyber, but they attack their banking system, for example, their energy transmission. I think that's where they are hacking. I think that's where the soft targets are. But if Netanyahu or Israel want to cyber attack the nuclear facility, it's going to take a longer time. And I don't think so Netanyahu has the luxury of time. So I think that's the reason, not only hackers from Israel, but hackers that are friendly to Israel are trying to penetrate the Iran banking system just to dismantle their financial system. I think it will hurt Iran in this particular case when their banking system are not workable. So when you ask me about the nuclear facility, cyber attacks, it can be done, but it's going to take a very long time. But I think the cyber attack, the hackers that are friendly to Israel are attacking other parts of the electronic system, which is, for example, the financial electronic system, Hongyu.
Yeah, and that will definitely cause more security problems in the region. And we're worried that the security issues will spill over. But so far, no matter whether the security problems will spill over, there's already spillover effects of economy. We've got some numbers. Take the oil price spiking as an example. The Brent crude futures have settled up $2.15 US. That's about 2.8%, and it's the highest close since January 22nd. Do you believe that there will be further spike in the oil prices in the near future?
Yes, Song Yu, I think when you mentioned the oil spike just a few moments ago, that happens before the Hormuz Strait is totally closed. And right now, the Hormuz Strait, which is pathway for other Arab countries to export their oil, is still open, is still not threatened, but on that background, the oil spike is happening. So when, if Iran decided to close the Hormuz Strait, which they are in control, I think the crude oil, whether it's Brent or other nomination, I think will spike. Right now it's $70 US per barrel. I think will spike in the upward position. But again, when you mentioned the oil factor, yes, the oil factor is one of the major factor that will control the economy, but also other products. At the Red Sea, which is basically has been threatened for some time by the Houthis from Yemen, which is an ally to Iran. I think if this particular Hormuz Strait and also the Red Sea is totally closed, is totally threatened, not only oil will spike, the price of oil will spike, but also other products, other day-to-day products. For example, food, for example, that will be increased tremendously. So even though, as you mentioned, the war is still not expanding to other nations, country as Southeast Asia, for example, we surely felt this particular global impact on the economy, especially the food chain that will be disrupted. Hong Yu.
Dr. Hassan, but Iran did threaten to disrupt the Strait of Hormuz. If it did so, what would that mean to the big importers of oil like China, Japan, and India?
Yes, for sure. I think the Hormuz Strait is one of the main maritime avenue used by the Arab countries to export not only their raw crude oil to Asia, but also to Europe. They need to pass the Hormuz Strait. But yes, Iran has threatened it, but has still not used. I think they are keeping this particular factor that are to their advantage when worst things come to worst. For example, United States is still not directly involved. United Kingdom also is still not directly involved in this particular war, and also France, which are all allies of Israel, that they say they will protect Israel. So I think the Iranians are still keeping at their hearts this particular, I would say, factor that will really create a turmoil on the global economy. If you add the factor of the Ukraine war, Hong Yu, and also if you add the factor of the Trump's tariff war, I'm sure if you add another Hormuz Strait is being closed, it's been threatened, it will create a fiasco or a turmoil in the global economy, Hong Yu.
Yes, and as we are feeling the pressure from the economic uncertainties further brought by the tensions in the Middle East, how will the big oil importers like China and Japan and South Korea would respond to the current pressure?
Well, I think it's going to be a very difficult situation. I think that's one of the reasons that China, President Xi Jinping, and also President of Russia, Mr. Putin, made a phone call a few days ago and called for, cool-headed in this particular case. I think this is the first time I heard that from the world leaders, from the superpowers, calling both Iran and also Israel to have cool heads, communicate with each other, negotiate with each other. why I'm saying that is that I've never heard United States, I've never heard United Kingdom or France, which is an ally to Israel, calling for negotiation. Let's talk about it. And I think Iran is open for talking. I think, yes, you mentioned oil importers, for example, China, I'm sure will be affected. Not only China, but other nations in the Southeast Asian nation like big economic powers, Japan, South Korea, which depending on the oil from the Arab countries will be felt. So in this case, it is not good for China, it's not good for other nations, but also it's not good for Iran and also Israel, because they too will be affected by this particular issue.
Yeah, and what do you think that the world can do to further mitigate the economic pressure posed by the ongoing tensions and maybe the regional tensions in the Middle East in the future?
Both of these nations, Iran and Israel, need to talk to each other. But for the time being, they are not talking to each other. But Iran is open because they know that they are under pressure, they are overwhelmed. And that's the reason a few hours ago, United Kingdom, France, and also, I think United States agreed to meet with Iran in this case so that they can negotiate something. Israel has been quiet about negotiation in this case. And also, I did mention about the phone call between President Xi Jinping and also Mr. Putin. They also call out. They criticize Israel in this case, no doubt about that. But also they call out for the two nations to talk to each other. And I think both the Russian and also the Chinese are willing to be the negotiator. I think what's the best thing to do is that the UK, France, and also United States cannot work alone in this particular case. I think they need to work together with Russia and also China. I think that's the best thing the world can do to stop this particular missile barrage between Iran and also Israel. Hong Yu.
Okay, as you said, although we've seen the presidents of China and Russia talking yesterday, there's still not enough talking and communications happening in the world related to the current tensions in the Middle East. But at the same time, we've heard a lot of voices calling for more negotiations and diplomatic efforts in dealing with this problem. So how big the room is there for more diplomacy from your perspective?
Yes, I think how big is the room? I think there's a lot of room to maneuver in this case. I think that's the reason. I think the thing this particular started, the war started, as Mr. Netanyahu said, is want to stop Iran nuclear program, that they want to produce a nuclear bomb, for example, which Iran denies. I think that's the reason why Iran and United States, Iran especially, willing to talk with United States, but suddenly, without any hesitation, Mr. Netanyahu started the war. So I guess there are room for negotiation. But for this to happen, I guess, that's the reason I said UK, US, and also France cannot work in silo. They need to reach out to China and also to Russia so that all these 5 superpowers, 6 superpowers can talk to each other first and try to persuade both Iran and Israel to stop all this particular nonsense. I said nonsense. Why I said nonsense is that it is unnecessary war, something that can be avoided because Iran is negotiating with United States before the war. So I guess there is a lot of room to negotiate. But it all depends not on Iran, not on Israel, but these superpowers that I mentioned before. They need to work with each other so that to put pressure both on Iran and also Israel.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned that the war could have been avoided. Do you think that this current war is inevitable or not?
No, I think it can be avoided. It's something that you can avoid. It's not inevitable in this case. I think from Netanyahu's perspective, he said he has no choice. No, he has a lot of choice. He started the war, as I mentioned, when the negotiation between Tehran and Washington is still going on. I think the problem is Mr. Trump is still not hardened enough to persuade, to advise, Mr. Netanyahu to stop the war. I think this particular war is something that are very, very unnecessary. If I want to put an analogy, Hang Yu, similar to the Ukraine war, you can avoid it, but somebody doesn't want to listen this particular situation. Similar to the Iran-Israel war, can be avoided, but it happened. When it happened, then something drastic needs to be done. When I say drastic, the superpowers need to talk to each other, put aside their differences, put aside their ego, talk to each other. We don't need this particular war, Hong Yu.
Yes, we're expecting major powers in the world to sit on the table to further communicate with each other. But now the United States is buying 2 more weeks to decide whether to join on the Israel side or not. Some people say that they're buying a window for more preparation for military actions, but some say that they're buying a window for more diplomatic efforts. What do you think?
Well, Hong Yu, I think I prefer the former analysis you said. I think Mr. Trump is buying time, not buying time, giving time to Mr. Netanyahu. Please do whatever you are doing right now. Continue with it. I believe in that particular why Mr. Trump said after hearing the briefing from his security agency, giving 2 weeks. 2 weeks is a long time in this particular war. So Mr. Netanyahu has a lot of time because in terms of ammunition, in terms of military capability, technology, Israel is far way ahead compared to Iranian. But Hong Yu, I think there's another reason, I think, why Mr. Trump is giving 2 weeks, because among his supporters in the United States, we call him the MAGA supporters, are fully divided. Whether United States should be involved directly or United States should not be involved directly. I do believe that he needs 2 weeks to consolidate his MAGA supporters. Right now, he's giving trouble to him in terms of domestic politics regarding the Iran-Israel war. So in this particular, issue, I'm more in belief that Mr. Trump is trying to buy time so that he can consolidate his power, his MAGA-based power in the United States.
So as you said, President Trump is influenced by its domestic political device. But to what extent do you think that the U.S. domestic political situation will change or influence President Trump's decision on whether or not to take part in this conflict militarily?
Yes, it's very true that Trump is very biased toward Israel, no doubt. Trump will protect, will give advice, will help Israel, no doubt about that. But again, when I said his MAGA supporters is split in two, I think it put Trump in a very awkward situation. He cannot, put the United States involved in this particular war directly using American jets or using American military personnel, because a number of his influential MAGA supporters, like Tucker Carlson, for example, he is very adamant that the United States should not be involved in this particular issue. So we know Mr. Trump he's very protective of his supporters. He will do anything to satisfy his supporters. So at this particular juncture, Hong Yu, they are split between 50-50 between his MAGA supporters, whether the United States should be involved directly in this case. So I guess, yes, I think this particular issue will create a factor for Mr. Trump within this particular 2 weeks, whether the United States will directly involve or otherwise, Hong Yu.
Mm-hmm. So as you said, there's a lot for the United States to consider, and there's certainly a lot for the other major powers in the world to do. And we'll certainly keep a close eye on them. And thank you very much for your sharing and your insights, Dr. Hassan. And for our audience, you are watching the CGTN special live coverage on the current conflicts between Israel and Iran. We'll bring you more analysis and information later. Stay with us.
for all that, but to a certain extent, another week, another two, more than that, I think we'll start seeing the public losing patience. Israel.
Our correspondent Safir Sarami witnessed strikes from Israel, doing a live report for us in Tehran.
Now reporting from Tehran, as you see behind me, is city of Tehran, and also Milad Tower, one of the monuments of this city, is visible. Right now, Israel is striking this city. It's 19th of June, 8:50 p.m. Now, right now, as you see, as I said, Israel is striking this city, and now you see the defense system has also been activated. And you see behind me, you hear the sounds in the sky. Now I want to let you see what's happening. Also, Iran launched missiles against Israel last night, but now we are under attack. Tehran, you see the skies of Tehran right now. What's happening here? You see the defense system has been activated right above me.
As Israel intensifies its strikes on Tehran, many residents are fleeing the Iranian capital in search of safety. Our correspondent Isan Kivani spoke to residents of Tehran who have sought shelter in Iran's northern region.
On Friday after midnight, around 3 a.m., we woke up to the sound of explosions. After checking the internet and news, we realized Israel had attacked. The number of explosions kept increasing. At first, it was only at night, but then it extended to daytime as well. This led us to decide to leave Tehran. The fear, the sounds were terrifying. The sounds of explosions were awful. Both the sound of missiles hitting and the anti-aircraft fire were frightening. It was disturbing. The windows were shaking, and sometimes doors would open and close. Iran should defend its people, stand by them, and as they say, if you strike a blow, you must take one in return. Iran shouldn't let Israel's actions go unanswered.
For the first 2 or 3 days of the attacks or war, we stayed home. But due to the loud noises and the feeling of insecurity, we left the city. People from Tehran have gone to smaller cities that don't have the capacity for such a population, which has naturally led to limited fuel supply and some food shortages. But it hasn't reached the point of causing famine or major problems. A response befitting Iran's stature is necessary. War in general is not good, and no one supports war. But it's also not reasonable for them to attack and fight while we just sit and watch.
The White House says President Donald Trump will make a decision on whether to order a strike against Iran in the next 2 weeks. The Israeli Defense Forces says 14 aircraft carrying military equipment have arrived in Israel from the U.S. A third U.S. Navy destroyer has entered the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, and a second U.S. carrier strike group is heading toward the Arabian Sea. The Pentagon says the moves are defensive. Jim Spellman reports from Washington.
He has repeatedly said he's still deciding and that he may not decide until the last second. But Trump remains confident that a deal can be struck with Iran over the country's nuclear program, and so he is holding off on military action, at least for now. Listen.
Regarding the ongoing situation in Iran, I know there has been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision-making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved. In light of that news, I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks."
So what would a deal look like? Well, Trump has repeatedly said that in his view, Iran cannot be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon. And the White House says any deal would require Iran to stop enriching uranium. The White House also says Trump's lead negotiator remains in touch with Iranian officials, but the White House wouldn't provide any more details about potential communications. President Trump's supporters and advisors have been split between the America First base that does not want the U.S. involved in foreign wars and the more traditional hawkish wing of the Republican Party. Many in that faction have been pushing Trump to get involved militarily. But they've also also been keeping a close eye on the Strait of Hormuz. This is a vital passage between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, then into the Arabian Sea. About 20 million barrels of oil flow through the strait every day. That's about a quarter of the world's oil supply. If it's blocked by Iranian forces, it could rock the global economy. So in addition to these potential military targets, civilian targets, the Pentagon is keeping a close eye on what is happening there in the Strait of Hormuz and has been moving more U.S. naval warships into the region.
Israeli National Security Advisor Zachi Hanagi says his country will not stop its military operation unless Iran's Fordow nuclear facility is destroyed. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant says the facility is a problem that will be resolved. Why is the Fordow plant being targeted, and can it be destroyed?
Israel's Fordow nuclear facility is located in a mountainous area north of Qum. It's buried 90 metres underground in solid rock, making it highly resistant to attacks. Its uranium enrichment levels are higher than those of the Natanz facility. Since the US withdrew from the Iranian nuclear deal in 2018, Iran's resumed high-level uranium enrichment there, saying it's for civilian use. Over the past week, Israel has launched airstrikes on multiple Iranian nuclear targets, aiming to destroy its nuclear program. However, satellite images show no visible damage to Fordow. The International Atomic Energy Agency also confirms the plant's been unaffected. Israel's conventional weapons are incapable of destroying such a deeply buried site. US media report that only the GBU-57 bunker buster bomb could damage the plant, but it must be delivered by a B-2 stealth bomber and would likely require 2 bombs in succession to achieve penetration. This method has never been tested in combat.
Young guy, and I think it's got...
Some analysts believe President Donald Trump may eventually authorise the use of US-made bunker busters despite the significant risks.
We were thinking maybe
Ian Bremer, president of political risk consultancy Eurasia Group, believes Trump will ultimately authorise a strike on the Fordow facility.
And of course, the big question is really about what happens with Fordow, the critical component of their program that the United States is increasingly, apparently, heading towards making a decision to strike.
But Bremer says the situation is not as urgent as Trump claims and says there are other options available rather than using the bunker busters. US arms control experts warn that striking Fordow could cause a release of uranium hexafluoride, potentially leading to radiation leaks and chain reactions. Such a move could also further involve the US in a wider regional conflict.
Russia says it considers any discussion of a regime change in Iran completely unacceptable. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov cautioned that U.S. interference in the Israel-Iran conflict could open Pandora's box. He added that Russia will react extremely negatively to any potential assassination attempt on Iran's supreme leader. China's permanent representative to the United Nations says the only way to solve Iran's nuclear issue is through negotiations.
We are very concerned about the possible escalation, and I think that it is the view of the overwhelming majority of the international community that we should see an immediate ceasefire and the protection of civilians, and then the nuclear issue can only be resolved through negotiation. So I think in that spirit, the Security Council needs to take some concrete actions in that respect.
119 Chinese citizens in Israel have been evacuated to Egypt through the Taba border crossing in Egypt's South Sinai province. The evacuees include 117 students from the Chinese mainland and 2 residents from Hong Kong. After a 4-hour journey from Jerusalem, they entered Egypt on Thursday afternoon and were then guided onto buses headed to Cairo. An action group comprising staff and volunteers from the Chinese embassy in Egypt is working closely with Egyptian authorities to ensure a safe passage for these evacuees there.
Right after a missile directly hit our campus, the university relocated us to a hotel near Jerusalem. While we were staying there, the Chinese ambassador to Israel quickly came to meet us in person helped us analyze the current situation and advised us to temporarily leave Israel.
One of our main concerns at the time was that it might not be safe to evacuate by land on our own. The ambassador assured us that embassy staff would accompany us when we departed together by car, which made us feel much more at ease.
The entire evacuation route was organized and coordinated by the Chinese embassy, and along the way they also prepared essential food and drinking water for us.
Overall, the evacuation process was smooth and went quite well.
Seeing how people in the Middle East live under the shadow of war made us realize how fortunate we are to have been born and raised in China.
We just felt safe finally, and it really felt like we were almost home.
The international community has voiced concerns over the intensifying conflict between Israel and Iran. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called for restraint following reports that U.S. President Donald Trump approved plans for a military strike against Iran. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu by phone, urging moderation. Egyptian Foreign Minister Badr Abdelati has called for an end to the escalation, stressing the need for diplomatic and political solutions. The foreign ministers of Germany, France, and Britain, as well as EU's top diplomat, will hold nuclear talks with their Iranian counterpart on Friday in Geneva.
Facing the unknown is always difficult. In a world in turmoil, it's easy to lose orientation. But when the storms come, we have to see the possibilities. Reinvent. Find new opportunities. Discover a path forward. CGTN. See the difference.
Were heard in the Iranian capital in the early hours of Friday. Iran's emergency services said 5 hospitals have been damaged in the past week, putting patients at risk. Iran has also extended the closure of its airspace until noon Friday local time. Khamenei vows the country will never surrender as Iran unleashes hypersonic missiles in a new wave of attacks against Israel. Iranian missiles have hit a hospital and residential buildings near Tel Aviv. Israeli health authorities say over 270 people have been wounded by the attack. Jonathan Regab reports from Tel Aviv.
It was perhaps quiet here in Tel Aviv, but not in other places. We know of a hit in one of the cities in the south in a residential area, in residential buildings. At this time, we're speaking of damage, we're speaking of injuries, not of fatalities as far as we know. So in the 24 hours that the sirens have not sounded in Tel Aviv, they have sounded in other places in the country. There were twice sirens in northern Israel, as we mentioned, just in the last few hours in southern Israel. Also constant alerts of UAVs, drones being intercepted. Israel said that the intentions were to take out or at least considerably slow down Iran's nuclear program and also take care of the ballistic missile program. No one spoke of regime change. No one spoke of eliminating the Iranian leader. This is something that Israel has not done in previous wars. Israel did not kill when there were wars with in the history with Syria, with Egypt. Israel did not look after the top leadership. Now, at least according to the defense minister, Israel may be doing it. The defense minister, Israel Katz, specifically naming Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the Iranian spiritual leader. Later on in the day, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, let's focus on the actions and not on the words. The fact that businesses have been practically shut down, even though some of them opened on Thursday, and there's no schools, and kids are at home, and everything is shut down, and the airport, for example, is shut down, and still more than 100,000 Israelis are stranded outside, and Israelis cannot leave the country. There's still support for all that, but to a certain extent, another week, another 2, more than that, I think we'll start seeing the public losing patience. Israel.
Our correspondent Safir Sarami witnessed strikes from Israel during a live report for us in Tehran.
Now reporting from Tehran, as you see behind me, is city of Tehran, and also Mila Tower, one of the monuments of this city, is visible. Right now, Israel is striking this city. It's 19th of June, 8:50 p.m. Now, right now, as you see, as I've said, Israel is striking this city, and now we see the defense system has also been activated. And you see behind me, you hear the sounds in the sky. Now I want to let you see what's happening. Also, Iran launched missiles against Israel last night, but now we are under attack. Tehran, you see the skies of Tehran right now. What's happening here? You see the defense system has been activated right above me.
As Israel intensifies its strikes on Tehran, many residents are fleeing the Iranian capital in search of safety. Our correspondent Isan Kimari spoke to residents of Tehran who have sought shelter in Iran's northern region.
On Friday after midnight, around 3 a.m., we woke up to the sound of explosions. After checking the internet and news, we realized Israel had attacked. The number of explosions kept increasing. At first, it was only at night, but then it extended to daytime as well. This led us to decide to leave Tehran. The fear, the sounds were terrifying. The sounds of explosions were awful. Both the sound of missiles hitting and the anti-aircraft fire were frightening. It was disturbing. The windows were shaking, and sometimes doors would open and close. Iran should defend its people, stand by them, and as they say, if you strike a blow, you must take one in return. Iran shouldn't let Israel's actions go unanswered.
For the first 2 or 3 days of the attacks or war, we stayed home. But due to the loud noises and the feeling of insecurity, we left the city. People from Tehran have gone to smaller cities that don't have the capacity for such a population, which has naturally led to limited fuel supply and some food shortages. But it hasn't reached the point of causing famine or major problems. A response befitting Iran's stature is necessary. War in general is not good, and no one supports war. But it's also not reasonable for them to attack and fight while we just sit and watch.
The White House says President Donald Trump will make a decision on whether to order a strike against Iran in the next 2 weeks. The Israeli Defense Forces says 14 aircraft carrying military equipment have arrived in Israel from the U.S. A third U.S. Navy destroyer has entered the eastern Mediterranean Sea, and a second U.S. carrier strike group is heading toward the Arabian Sea. The Pentagon says the moves are defensive. Jim Spellman reports from Washington.
He has repeatedly said he's still deciding and that he may not decide until the last second. But Trump remains confident that a deal can be struck with Iran over the country's nuclear program, and so he is holding off on military action, at least for now. Listen.
Regarding the ongoing situation in Iran, I know there has been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision-making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved. In light of that news, I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks."
So what would a deal look like? Well, Trump has repeatedly said that in his view, Iran cannot be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon. And the White House says any deal would require Iran to stop enriching uranium. The White House also says Trump's lead negotiator remains in touch with Iranian officials, but the White House wouldn't provide any more details about potential communications. President Trump's supporters and advisors have been split between the America First base that does not want the U.S. involved in foreign wars and the more traditional hawkish wing of the Republican Party. Many in that faction have been pushing Trump to get involved militarily. But they've also been keeping a close eye on the Strait of Hormuz. This is a vital passage between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, then into the Arabian Sea. About 20 million barrels of oil flow through the strait every day. That's about a quarter of the world's oil supply. If it's blocked by Iranian forces, it could rock the global economy. So in addition to these potential military targets, civilian targets, the Pentagon is keeping a close eye on what is happening there in the Strait of Hormuz and has been moving more U.S. naval warships into the region.
Russia says it considers any discussion of regime change in Iran completely unacceptable. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov cautioned that U.S. interference in the Israel-Iran conflict could open Pandora's box. He added that Russia will react extremely negatively to any potential assassination attempt on Iran's supreme leader. That's all we have for now on The World Today. I'm Sachin Beijing. I'll speak to you soon.
And welcome to CGTN's special live coverage of the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict. I'm Huang Yue in Beijing. In the latest, loud explosions were heard in Tehran in the early hours of Friday, and Iran says the country has activated its air defense systems in response to the attacks. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz says that the military has intensified its strikes on strategic targets in Tehran to eliminate threats and to destabilize the rule of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and Khamenei earlier has vowed that the country will never surrender. Iran has also extended the closure of its airspace until noon Friday local time. In the meantime, the White House says that U.S. President Donald Trump will decide whether or not that U.S. will get direct involved in the conflict within the next 2 weeks. So for more analysis, we are now joined by Mr. Stephen Sahoni. He's the Middle East analyst and writer in Latakia, Syria. Hello, Mr. Sahoni. It's great to talk to you again. So first of all, we know that the conflict between Israel and Iran now has entered the second week, and Iran earlier said that its retaliation will continue until Israel pays the price. And it also warned that any third-party involvement will trigger a direct response. So from your perspective, how likely is it that a third party will intervene? And if that happens, how might it reshape the current situation?
First of all, a third party, and here we're talking about the United States. I don't see it them entering. There's a lot of countries working today. This morning in Middle East time, there is negotiations happening between the European EU, several EU ministers, and Britain with the Iranian foreign minister. There's talks on the phone between the Iranians and the Americans. In my perspective, I see that the American administration, President Trump, he got the message that interfering in this war will take the world to much bigger than a regional war and losses in the billions of dollars. Because as we all know, Iran is not a weak country. It's not small. It's 90 million. They have a strong military. Yes, they did have losses. Yes, they did have leakage information, but they are still able to hurt the American interests in the region really bad, and the world trade also, and the shipping routes that go by Iran, that they are the vein of the world economy. So the Americans have got the message. President Trump got the message. I don't see that this war getting bigger. We might be seeing a peace deal in the next few days. Everyone's working on it. The Israelis failed to achieve their goals. The Iranians yesterday announced that all of their equipment who got to do with the nuclear reactor for the for their peace has been taken to a safe place, and they have not been harmed. So that will show you a big failure for Israel. The only thing, yes, they did achieve is that they had people on the ground and they gave them information. The nuclear scientists that were assassinated and the leaders, that's the only thing. But Iran absorbed that hit and struck back. Until now, they're striking back, and especially this morning when they struck only one missile, and the Israeli air defenses and the American air defenses in all of the Middle East with the Jordanians failed to shoot down that one missile and cause massive destruction, and it hit the in South Israel, the area where it's all technology and technology companies like Microsoft and other companies, and it hit really bad.
And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier said that he has spoken with President Trump, and they both agreed to eliminate Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile threats. So from your perspective, from Israel's perspective, what would it take to consider these threats neutralized? And under the current circumstance, how achievable is that goal?
As we're seeing today, and the results that's happening today, that is like a mission impossible. To do that to a country like Iran, you need to have ground invasion. You need to have no-fly zone in Iran. You need international coalition. Well, the European Union and Britain, they are not going to get involved. The Arab countries, they don't want to get involved in a war with their neighbor, Iran, because there's interest between them. And so it is almost mission impossible. And the Israelis, they know that, but they're trying to find a way to bring, as they say, to bring down Benjamin Netanyahu off the tree that he got himself stuck on in this war, because he is in a very hard position, very put in the corner. He started this war thinking that he can finish Iran from the first strike. Well, his information was wrong, and Iran is still working, still launching ballistic missiles. Every day they're showing something new. Every day they're striking harder. And so finishing the ballistic missile and the nuclear program for Iran, it's almost mission impossible. The only way to finish this war is sitting on the table, negotiating, and giving Iran its rights. And at the same time, Iran won't attack anyone. It won't attack Israel and no any other country's interests.
And in the past few days, like you just mentioned, both sides have started targeting key sites, the site where many big companies located, like you just mentioned, and also oil refineries, power stations. And yesterday we've heard a hospital in southern Israel was hit, and also Israel also hit Iran's heavy water reactor in Iraq. So what's your reaction after seeing this, and how will this lead you in the coming days?
Actually, this was a kind of surprise, because the world and the Arab world here haven't been used to seeing this much destruction in Tel Aviv. Always we see the destruction on the Arab, on the Palestinian, Lebanese, Syrian side, on the Arab side, but no one ever struck back on the Israelis, and no one had the power to do that. Today we're seeing this, the Israeli people are not used to this kind of destruction, this kind of war, and this kind of losses. Today, Israel hits an oil refinery for Iran. Iran is hitting an oil refinery. Israel hits a military base. Iran is doing the same thing. So this is something new, and this is the first time the Israelis, they go through this for the first time since 75 years, since the state of Israel was made. So this is something new, and it was it's not used to. We're not used to this seeing these scenes.
And also, for the first time in almost 20 years, the IAEA earlier declared that Iran in breach of non-proliferation obligations, but Iran has strongly denied the charge. So from your perspective, what's the real intention behind the dispute, and how might it complicate future efforts to resolve the Iranian nuclear issue?
The problem is we cannot trust the international organization, not the IAEA or the Security Council, United Nations, the Human Rights Watch. You cannot, because they go by what the American State Department, American foreign policy. When they want, they demonize the country who America wants or is against, or they want to demonize it. One day it's Syria, one day it's Russia, one day it's Iran, one day it's the Lebanese. So every day they go by with the American State Department. So this international organization and the World Organization, they don't have they are unable to give the true reports, because they are run by the American State Department and the American foreign policy. They are not neutral, and that's the problem. If they were neutral, we could have seen the Palestinian people suffering finish decades ago. But till now, they are unable. Even the criminal court, also, it's the same thing. It's all run by the United States. They use it to attack America's enemy. The same thing with what happened with the Lebanese. No one could stop the Israelis, and they kept doing everything. And then they put the blame on the victim, not on the murder.
And we can tell from history that this kind of conflicts will usually trigger chain effects in neighboring countries. So do you think this escalation will force neighboring states to shift their foreign policy or military posture, especially how might their stance shift on Iranian nuclear issue?
It all depends when this war finishes. If this war finishes and Iran gets their nuclear, we have to say and give the credit to Iran that they won this war. They had losses, they got damage, but they got what they wanted. And I see that happening, because if that doesn't happen, we're talking about a war that's going to go long for weeks, if not months. And I see that happen. If that happens, people will change their opinion, and countries and neighboring countries will change 180 degrees. And then one country after another will start asking for the same request as Iran is working for.
And Mr. Sahoni, I know you are a very experienced analyst and writer based in Middle East. And so from your long time on the spot, on the ground observation, what are ordinary people in this region, I mean, like local residents, what are their biggest concerns so far?
Their the biggest concern is that if Israel hits the nuclear reactor of Fordo, that it will cause a leakage and they'll get damaged, and the leakage will go. We're talking about another Chernobyl. People are very scared about that. But at the same time, the countries of this region have been suffering from the Israeli apartheid and genocide for 75 years. They might not agree with Iran, but at the same time, they are happy that someone had the power to put an end to this genocide for 75 years. The killing, we're talking about Syria, Palestine, Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt. They've been suffering for 75 years because of the Israelis and their foreign policy, and them refusing to sit on the table with the Palestinians and do the two-state solution. So the people here are feel, I'm not going to say happy, because in the end there is some civilians, and the civilians all over the world. We don't, no one wants them to be injured, but it's time to someone to put an end to this apartheid and to this genocide that Israel's been doing for the last 7 decades and a half. And the Israelis should start thinking about sitting on the table and giving every country the right back. The Syrians giving them their land back. The Palestinians giving them their own state, and the Lebanese giving them Shib'a farms. In the end, if that happens today, there will be no problem in the Middle East, and the Middle East will be peace.
And as the confrontation continues to intensify, what impact do you see on the wider international community, especially for countries like Russia and also European countries?
It's economical. It's going to have an economical impact. Already we're seeing the oil prices going up, the trade on the cargo is going up, and the shipping is going up. So all of that, because we're talking about the Middle East and Asia, and the whole the world trade, it's between Europe and Asia. That's the vein of the world economy and the world trade. So it's all affecting everyone in this world, this conflict. Not only because, as I said, we are talking about two regional powers, two countries who are powerful, and they have a lot of destruction power in their hand.
And last but not least, we know that the situation is very complex and complicated. So what can the international community do to genuinely bring the both sides back to the negotiating table to help them reach the consensus?
Sorry, the connection went out. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
All right, so we understand that the current situation is very complicated. So my question is, what can the international community do to bring the both sides back to the negotiating table and to help them reach the consensus as soon as possible?
The international community has to pressure both Israel and Washington, D.C., because Israel is the one who started this war and started this attack. They should pressure it to stop, and they should pressure President Trump and let them sit on the table, both sides, to find a solution for this problem. It can be done in negotiation, but each side has to step back, because if this goes on, as we said, it's massive destruction and everyone will be losing. But I see the international community, and I see also several Arab countries like Oman and Saudi Arabia are working their best on finding a solution and talking and negotiating between Washington, D.C. and Tehran.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Sahoni, for sharing your insights with us at this very critical moment. You're watching CGTN's special live coverage of the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict, and we will still keep a very close eye on the development of the situation, so stay with us.
Israel and Iran this hour. Both nations again exchanged fire on Friday as hostilities between the two nations enter a second week. Israel's military says it struck dozens of targets in Tehran overnight, including missile production sites and a facility for nuclear weapons research and development. Now at dawn, an Iranian missile struck Beersheba, that's Israel's largest southern city, near residential apartments, office buildings, and industrial facilities. U.S. President Donald Trump said within 2 weeks he will decide whether to involve U.S. forces in the conflict, believing that there is still a chance for negotiations. Meanwhile, Iran has appointed Brigadier General Majid Kadami as the new intelligence chief there. Kadami replaces Mohammad Kazemi, who was killed on Sunday by Israeli strikes. Tehran has also imposed a nationwide internet shutdown, which began on Thursday, according to internet watchdog NetBlocks. Separately, the UN Security Council is due to meet for a second session at the request of Iran to discuss the ongoing conflict. Right now, for more on this, let's bring in Evangelos Sipsas at the Gurbulak border crossing between Turkey and Iran, Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv, as well as Adel Mahroui, who's standing by for us in Cairo. Evangelo, I'll begin with you. What's the situation on the border where you currently are, and what are those crossing saying is happening inside Iran?
Well, the situation here at the border is clearly tense, and there's a lot of emotions, especially from those who are coming from Iran. It's when they cross the border, you can see it. They're visibly shaken. Their voices are trembling. A lot of them are exhausted because some of them, as they spoke to us, they told us that they had to walk 2-3 days to be able to get here and to find safety in Turkey. Now, what they have described to us when they crossed through here is quite strong. Now, we were seeing people coming with small bags, children being clenched on their parents, and what they were telling us is that it almost felt like the skies open and it was massive earthquakes. They told us that the situation in Iran at this given moment is quite difficult. What they've been telling us is that there has been numerous of blackouts, continuation of bombardment of Tehran, but also the banking system that went down. And they're describing us a situation of almost a breakdown completely of life. We spoke to one of those people yesterday, and what they told to us actually is that when we were their home, they saw the sky opening, the earth just shaking quite strong, and rubble all around them, people that were like in the rubble stuck, and the first thing that came in his mind just to grab his bags and leave. He mentioned that he had nothing else to do but to flee and to come to safety. Not only fleeing the conflict, but also the ongoing uncertainty that Iran is facing at the moment.
Right. Jonathan, let me come to you in Tel Aviv right now. We're hearing that the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, has said that the military is intensifying strikes on strategic targets in Tehran. What more can you tell us on the Israel operation in Iran on Friday?
I can tell you that about an hour and a half ago, there was an explosion in the central Tehran, possibly targeting another top Iranian nuclear scientists. We know that Israel is after all of the top brass of the Iranian military and the top brass of the Iranian nuclear program. Many nuclear scientists were killed in the opening act of this war a week ago, and many others along the way. And now we're learning of another attempted assassination of another top nuclear scientist in the Iranian nuclear program. Who is it? We do not exactly know. Was it successful? We do not exactly know. We'll have to wait some more time for details. But successful or not, Israel is clearly signaling that it is after all of the top brass of the Iranian military, of the Iranian science community, especially when dealing with the nuclear program. As you mentioned, more and more generals in the Iranian military, be it involved in intelligence or warfare, are being targeted one by one. And we saw another attempt this morning.
Right. Adel Mahroui, coming to you in Cairo. Donald Trump, as we heard in our reporting earlier, Donald Trump said that he will make a decision on whether he will order a strike against Iran in the next 2 weeks. What's been the reaction in the Middle East on possible U.S. involvement in the conflict there?
Well, the Middle East and the Arab world specifically are extremely concerned about any further escalation. Already, the threats that has been exchanged by both sides only warn a graver situation and wider instability in the region. They have already been suffering the repercussions of the war that has been ongoing in Gaza for over a year now, and with the Iranian conflict spreading out, also with the threats to shut down the Hormuz Strait, with escalated attacks from the Houthi in Yemen threatening commercial vessels in the Red Sea. All of that only signals a further instability and further impact on the economies of the Arab world, specifically for countries that rely on trade, exports of oil and gas, as well as tourism. All of that has been affected. And the Arab world knows very well that the United States is a key player in this conflict. And if there is anyone that can push for de-escalation or push for negotiations seriously to resume, that would be the United States. Even when Russia offered to mediate, it offered to mediate between Iran from one side, Israel and the United States as well. So there is a general understanding that the United States can diffuse the tension and can take steps toward that, or as you've mentioned, threats by President Donald Trump to engage and make this a bigger war.
Right, Evangelo, let me come back to you. This is, of course, a conflict that's going to have wider repercussions on the region. You're at the Gurbulak border crossing. Just tell us how Turkey is managing the situation along its eastern border with Iran.
So as I mentioned earlier, there's been a lot of traffic, there's been a lot of movement from Iranians coming here, but also the Turkish side there's a lot of movements, but movements from its armed personnel. There's been more armed forces now being deployed towards here, the border in Gurbulak, more armed patrols. We see more drones overhead now, and also cameras that are feeding constantly in live time of what is going on in the border. Now, this shows clearly that Turkey is in a position that is concerned of its national security, but at the same time, by opening the borders and allowing more Iranians to come, it is also playing this role of humanitarian aid towards them. Now, local communities have also expressed their concerns, but also are saying that they're opening perhaps centers, if needed, for more Iranians that are fleeing conflict, providing first aid kits, even more humanitarian aid for them. But even the civil protection is on alert just in case anything happens. So this is clearly showing that Turkey, yes, it is on the one side opening its borders, supporting Iranians coming here, and that's why it's easier for Iranians to come to Turkey. But at the same time, it is concerned about its national security, and that's what Ankara is exactly doing. It's signaling on the one hand how it wants to support humanitarian aid towards Iranians, but at the same time, not at the expense of national security threats.
Right. And Jonathan, coming back to you, at the moment, what are Israel's plans for Iran, and how are people there reacting to what's happening?
So what Israel would like to see is the Iranian nuclear plan. I think destroyed is a word that is too big. Israel by itself cannot destroy the Iranian nuclear plan, but Israel wants to backtrack it many, many years backwards, something that Israel feels it can do, and then engage in negotiations that would create limits so that the Iranians will not be able to progress with their nuclear plan again as they did in recent years. This is what Israel is aiming to achieve. As was said here, this is something that will not happen without the United States, one way or another, either by a military confrontation with the United States joining, and then Israel and the US together will be able to create a damage to the nuclear plan that is far bigger than what Israel can do by itself. And then any negotiations would involve the United States. So Israel, as strong, as advanced and successful in its strikes as it may be, depends on the United States for a good exit strategy. This is as far as the Israeli plan. As far as the Israeli population, there's still support for this, as the Iranian nuclear plan was seen as possibly the only existential threat for the state of Israel. Not Hamas, not Hezbollah, not Syria, not anyone else was seen as an existential threat. This one was. But there's only a certain time limit as to how much the Israeli public can take this. Businesses are shut. The airport is shut. People are stranded to this country. And therefore, I think the Israeli public will give the government another week, 2, maybe 3. After that, I think Israelis will want to see some kind of an exit strategy. Still, at this time, support. Still, at this time, giving the government the time to progress, but not for much longer.
All right, Jonathan, thank you very much for those updates. We've been speaking there to Evangelos Sipsas at the Gurbulak border crossing between Turkey and Iran, Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv, as well as Adel Mahroui joining us live from Cairo. Well, that's it for this edition of The World Today. I'll be back shortly with more news from the continent in Africa Live. Thanks for watching.
What's happening is very clear that Benjamin Netanyahu had list of what so-called goals to achieve post 7th of October. One of them is actually weaken Iran, as he and his government perceive Iran as an imminent threat. And that basically made him decide to declare the war on Iran on the morning of Friday, 13th of June. This war, of course, is basically preaching the international law, and there is no justification for it but what the Israelis say. Iran is in a country with sovereignty. Iran has, according to international law, to have a peaceful program, a nuclear program. But the Israeli and the Americans want to present one narrative, says that a nuclear program, basically military program, which is try to sell a narrative that they are doing something with basically a justification. So this war is going on now for 1 week. It's obvious that in the first 1-2 hours, Israel was able to impose a shock on the Iranians, but after 17 hours, the Iranian stand back on their feet, and they are now basically, there is an attack and counterattack for nearly 1 week.
Right, and Professor, the White House have, of course, made a statement on this. What are your thoughts on the U.S. giving a 2-week deadline by President Donald Trump there?
Well, basically, Trump has already bought the narrative of the Israelis since he gave Netanyahu the green light to declare the war. So basically, I think the question now that makes Trump a little bit in doubt is the ramification on the American interest, because I'm sure his national security team are talking about the American bases, American interests, and what will be the consequence, and what is the limit of the intervention. America is involved in this war. America is providing Israel with all of the military needs. The CIA and other intelligence, they're providing information. So the American government is involved in this war, even if they are, I call it indirect involvement. But the question is about direct involvement. And here, the question is, do they want to attack Iran once, or do they attack twice or three times? Now they talk about Fordo, which is basically that the Israeli and the American narrative say that is the core of the nuclear project. And if this destroyed, things will be fine. The world will live in peace, which is a joke, because I mean, since last Friday, the Israelis start to talk about destroying the nuclear program, destroying ballistic missiles, then regime change, then assassination Ali Khamenei, then destroy Fordo, and then create instability in Iran. So nobody knows what the Americans want to achieve. So I think the question is now, I think what Trump wants to do, is it a one hit or actually more? And if he does this, what will be the response of the Iranians? Whether Iran will accept that, or they will respond, and where they will respond, in the Gulf or somewhere else.
Right, Professor. Let me just jump in here. Speaking about the U.S., we have, of course, been reporting on that possible meeting, which is currently in doubt between the E3, the foreign ministers of the UK, France, and Germany, with Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi. What would be the impact of that U.S. deadline on diplomacy and talks there?
This meeting has no value. Those three countries, they went with the United States just a few days before the war declaration, and they went with the project to IAEA, Atomic Energy, and they basically present a narrative that Iran is moving toward the nuclear weapon, which are proved to be a lie. Today, Rafael Grossi said, we have no evidence, solid evidence, that Iranians is actually or moving toward the nuclear weapon. In the last 72 hours, he made 3 statements, but unfortunately in the media streamline, they don't give a damn to all of these things. They follow the words which say that, the narrative says that they have a nuclear weapon. Atomic energy, nuclear atomic energy, they say they have not enough evidence. This meeting has no meaning, because those 3 countries, they already pushed the things toward the confrontation. The meeting one day before the meeting has been used by Netanyahu to justify his war in Iran. The world does not value the people life in this region, whether in the Iranian, Arabs, or anywhere. And they believe that people should be killed, their life should be destroyed. Otherwise, this will never happen. So this meeting, I think, has no value. The Iranian went there because they want to say diplomacy to them matters. But I don't think so they will gain anything, because those 3 countries, as I said, they were part of this preparation for this war.
All right, Professor, thank you very much for speaking to us on Africa Live. Professor Mahjoub Zouairi at the Qatar University joining us live there from Doha. Well, let's discuss this further. Yulia Lyubova is in Geneva and joins us live this hour. Julia, what can you tell us about this meeting at this hour? Well, we are unable to reach Julia there. We will move on right now. Tensions in the Middle East continue to attract global attention, and now Iran is calling on African nations to take a stand. At a rare press conference in Kampala, Iran's ambassador to Uganda urged African countries to condemn what he called Israeli aggression, even as Tehran maintains it accepts African trade ties with Israel. The Islamic Republic is also working with Uganda's Ministry of Foreign Affairs to evacuate its nationals caught up in the conflict. CGTN's Michael Baleke has more.
With the crisis in the Middle East escalating, Iran is turning to Africa not for mediation, but for solidarity. At a news briefing in Kampala, Iran's ambassador to Uganda said Africa's voice matters, and now is the time to use it.
We are not requesting for any type of mediation, but a strongly condemnation of the Israeli attacks against our country is 100% requested from the African countries, especially, and I think all of them are members of the UN. Some of them are the member of the OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Therefore, this is the somehow responsibility and obligation for them to strongly condemn the act of aggression and the attacks of the Israelis against our country.
While calling for political support, Tehran says it has no issues with Africa maintaining trade or security cooperation with Israel. What it wants, the ambassador says, is for African states to acknowledge the violence.
We are not asking them to disconnect their relations. This is because of the political and economic relation they have. But they should know that Palestinians also have the right of life in their own territories. We know that some African countries, or maybe all of them, are their policy is a two-state solution regarding Israel and Palestine. This is somehow in benefit of the Palestinians too, but even the Israelis do not accept even this position.
Beyond the politics, humanitarian concerns remain a priority. Iran says it's working closely with Uganda's Ministry of Foreign Affairs to help evacuate Ugandan nationals from areas affected by the conflict. The embassy in Kampala says 52 Ugandan students are currently en route to Turkey, where officials will facilitate their return home. As Iran looks to rally support on the continent, its message is clear. Africa can no longer stay silent. And as the conflict deepens, Tehran may expect more than just friendship. Michael Baleke, CGTN, Kampala.
Moving on to more news from the African continent, a Kenyan court has sentenced 2 men to 30 years in prison for aiding members of the Al-Shabaab group in a 2019 attack on a hotel.